That's a good band. Stone Rebel. Apocalypse. The other band, Stone Space. Stone Space. How's everyone doing? Those people hear this, listen, enjoy some of the music. I feel like force myself to do something. First thing is first, I could use a donation. Everybody feels like donating, go to Cash App, O.R.D. 3, 5, 10, 15, whatever. It'd be helpful this week. Tough month. I was able to buy my son a birthday present. So, and I'm also broke, and I have him again for another week. And I'm getting him, even though I get full custody of my son, I have him 4 or 5 days a week. It's been going on forever and ever. And no one's ever going to give me the custody. So. But I still end up having them. So I just turned 13. So it costs a lot of money to be a single dad. Pay for the bills. And then pay child support and then get no help back in return. It's really a fucked up situation. Anyways. So if you're interested in that, that'd be fantastic. And if you're not, I don't blame you. So that's what I call it. I got bad case of no Sheckles. We talk about a lot of strange things, bizarre things, because let's be honest, regardless of what you think of me, this place is really fucked up. It's a strange, whacked out, screwy place in which everyone seems to want to deceive the other person, and you get Sheckles. You know, it's fascinating about Sheckles. So you got this thing. The Sheckles are the G-E-W-S. I call them the J Crew. Take the C and R off. And that's this tiny tribe of people that amazingly, and I'm not knocking them because this is how this place was set up. And somehow they have control over everything. And I'm not making this up. I spent an exorbitant amount of time in the past 6 months taking a break from the tree spirits and all that to verify if that might, who might be the people who are really in charge? Because a long time I thought they're just the Jesuits and Roman Catholics, and the Vatican in particular. But as time has gone on, I have to tell you, there's something really wrong, especially what happened on January 7th of last year in Gaza, and what we witnessed since then, and the atrocities and the evilness that's going on in this freaking world. And no matter what you say, I know. Because I've seen the images and heard the people talk. And then I started studying history, a little bit of history. And I was like, man, there's this one tribe of people that have this thing called the Old Testament, the Torah, and then they got the Talmud, and they got all this other crap. They got what else do they have? The Kabbalah, and they have this, that, and that. And anyways, they also have the Federal Reserve. They control our money, control our history, they control media, they control Hollywood, they control comedy, they control the music industry, they control colleges. No, I'm not just making that up. I thought it was just the Jesuits, but no, at the very top, the small tribe of people control all the colleges. So all the information, they seem to actually control the military industrial complexes. And this place is not a country, it's a state. It's not recognized as a country. It starts with an I and ends with an L and is something about real. Is it not real or is it real? I think the fascinating thing about this state is that when you think about this correlation, connection with the United States of America, and where do we live? If you're in the United States, you live in a state. And I got to blow your freaking mind. I know you might have heard it once, twice in joking, but I'm going to confirm to you, I think maybe today, well, I'm going to make at least the claim that the 51st state, or is it the first state? Regardless of what it is, one out of the 51 states that we have now and we've had for 70 some years, but didn't know about was Israel, because it's a state. And this state, we send all our money over there and to help expand the empire. It's all going there, and it's also going over in the Ukraine. And it's amazing is the Ukraine is run by the same small tribe of people. What's weird about this tribe of people is that this population has not grown at all since World War II. And if you believe that, I got some oceanfront property in Arizona for you. How's it going, Stone? Short note, Gary. Sorry, how's it going? And then JP, if you're there, hey, and Graham, and also then King. So anyways, there's relevance to what I'm talking about. You said, why does this have anything to do with anything else we were talking about? It has a lot to talk about. Because now we're talking about black magic. And there's some group of people out here, because it's clear as day to me that in this realm that we live in, it's ruled by sorcerers and magicians. And whether you believe in magic or whether you believe in sorcery doesn't make jack shit a difference, because you ain't the one in charge. But the people who are in charge, they really believe in that stuff. I'm a little stoned tonight. I'm having a weird sensation because it's so broke. I also stopped like smoking cigarettes. You know what I mean? So it's like the first time I had a couple of hits without running and having a cigarette. So guess I'm going to be quitting smoking for a while. It's not, maybe it's not a bad thing. We'll find out. You know, I'm 56 years old now. I've been smoking for 44 years. I'm still alive. So, anyways, fascinating about this stuff is that the shekel, that thing that Jewish money, you know what it has on it? Something to think about. Just think about it, the phoenix or the eagle. And it isn't interesting with our money. If you look at our money in the back of a dollar bill, all C9, if you start to understand about that pyramid, and that pyramid is most people don't understand, don't want to understand, don't want to accept, because if you start talking about this group, they're going to tell you that you're anti SEMITE, or that you're racist, or that you're a bigot, or that you're this, that, that. They got us so manipulated, so controlled. And I'm not hating on these people. I'm hating, if anything I'm hating on is our own generation after generation of people that they call goyim, the purveying us, you and I. We're the people that in that pyramid, in the main body of the pyramid, all the bricks, we're the bricks. And the separation between us bricks and all C and I, and the triangle above it that's floating above it, it's a small tribe of people. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not making it up, not one bit. This is more than about religion, and this is more about an ethnic group. There is this ethnic group, this group of people that claim to be an ethnic group. You never know. I mean, here's one of the things. So, like I said, I think I said earlier, it's the only population in the whole freaking world, only group of people that hasn't grown since World War II. Believe it or not, if you go back in the census, way back then, maybe I'll show some images of it, that in the 1940s, prior and before the war, it was all about the same, anywhere from about 16 to 16 and a half to 15.5 million of these tribal people that you're not allowed to talk about, because if you talk about, then you get banned and you get censored, you get channel taken down, because they control everything. They control the internet, they control Google, they control Facebook, they control every damn fucking thing, except for a couple spaces left, which soon will be, I'm sure, will be once again censored again, and that would be Twitter, the BitChute, the Odyssey, maybe I don't know, a few other places, but it still gets marked and gets striked and on Twitter at times, and God knows. Oh yeah, Rumble, you can say some stuff right now, but can you really talk the way I'm going to talk? Because I'm not hating on these people. I'm just telling you, this is how the way the world freaking works, and this is how magic works, and how they're the rulers of this stupid realm. And they may have done a fantastic job of making this place look stupid. So back to this whole fucking thing. So they're the only population that hasn't grown at all. So in the census of last year, there was only a less than 16 million people, this small group of people that are every fucking where. There are prime ministers. The prime minister of England happens to be one. The new the president of Mexico is now one. Argentina is now one. Of course, when it comes to Ukraine, the whole presidency, the whole cabinet, are all from this small tribe of people that starts with the J and ends with an S, and has 4 letters you can't talk about, because if you talk about it, they're going to claim you're being racist. But I'm not being racist. I'm actually telling you what's going on. I want to tell you something. The people that are in charge of all this mass immigration, all these places that the military-industrial complex controlled by a small group of people decided to go bomb the hell out of, like Libya, North Africa, the Middle East, and then of course in Asia and all this other stuff. And now their next stage in this game is to now mix their area up, cause this big chaos. Because you see, in Al Pike's last letter to Mancini, whether you believe it or not, he talks about the fact that the whole goal is to rub the Zionists against the Mohammedans. Now, who are the Zionists? Now, you might think it's this to the JEWS group of people, right? But it's not just them. Actually, there's a whole much more of Christian Zionists. And believe it or not, there's even Muslim and Arab Zionists. It's hard to believe, isn't it? counterintuitive as that might be. There's all, and they all are part of this and agree upon this Anglo-American Saxon Zionist greater project, right? And that the eastern front of our empire is where Israel, which you might as well call it, is hell, because that's all it is. Or the Ukraine is the new, the second frontier of hell, which, by the way, is going to be the next or the second Israeli greater project. And you think I'm making that up? I'm not. But the first greater Israel project is to put the badge that all the IDF soldiers wear. It's the size of, it takes half of Israel, half Egypt on me, going east, Egypt, all the way, taking to Syria and Lebanon and a big chunk of Saudi Arabia. And that's the whole plan. And whether anybody likes it or not, that was guaranteed them. And that's what his promise. And I'm not talking about biblically. I'm talking now about contractually what happened between the Anglo-Saxon establishment and the Zionists when we came to the first two world wars, and creating new boundaries and setting up the situation in which they could create Israel, which is the eastern front of the empire. But the thing is about the empire is it's still ruled by these groups of people. These group of people that seem to be into eagles. And by the way, they're not Romans. We might talk about this further too. All right. So here's an old one of those Sheckles. And you always know that these Sheckles talk about the shaving or cutting off the edges. Yeah. That's what they do, how they rip you off. That's what they used to do. But anyways, there's another one of those eagles, and then they had their own thing that looked like believe it or not, looked like this is supposed to be 5,000 years old. If you believe that, somebody said that, which I don't believe one. I don't even believe it might be 2,000 years, 3 max. But what the hell I know? But what's interesting is that the silver dollar itself, our own coinage, of course, they control the Federal Reserve, where all the fake play money shows up. It comes from, we got an eagle. So it's not just a Roman thing that everyone says it is. It's more than just a Roman thing. And what is, so we got a lot to talk about, and this is one fucked up place. But once you understand, you can understand completely why it's all so fucked up and why each and every one of our governments do the opposite of what's best for us. Now, you could say simply it's they're doing it for the oligarchs, right? The ruling elite, the people with the money and the power. And that's true, but who's at the top of that oligarchy? And they got names, and they got corporations. Some called BlackRock is one, or Blackstone, or was that the other one? And all the other, groups. I can't think of it right now. Anyways, these financial groups. And you and I have been absolutely screwed. We all got a bad case of no shekels. Because what they've done, this country is so much in debt. The West is so much. We're talking tens upon trillions of dollars of these shekels. This make-believe stuff, right? Which is backed now by a belief system on nothing. There's nothing about it. It's not backed up by gold or silver or anything that's tangible, valuable. It's just maybe the most valuable thing of all: belief. Make believe. Let's make believe that it's actually worth fucking something, even though it's actually worthless. Coinage and talismans, dollar bills, and that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely freaking worthless without the belief. Without the belief, if everyone gave up in the belief tomorrow, the dollar bill would be worth nothing. But what reinforces that, so that everyone keeps playing make-believe, is our military-industrial complex, right? But it's not just ours. It's not just the United States. It's not yours and mine. We pay for it, but we don't get anything out of it. But the small group of tribe of people, and the people that go along with it, the plutocracy, the people that go along and believe in the make-believe and in the lie and the fantasy, and say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to use this. We're going to capture all these different areas, these territories, countries, and regions, whether it's Western Europe or whether it's parts of North Africa and big chunks of the Middle East and all the Americas and all that. And we're going to move forward on this stuff because we still like reconquer. I mean, lost our control of Africa completely. What the heck? It's all freaking make believe, though. It's that's they all believe it, and how they enforce it is through violence. You see, they'll say, you got to believe what we say, and if you don't believe what they're in their make believe, then they have guns and bombs and planes and all sorts. Gosh, the drone technology, swarm drones. You think that's a joke? That ain't no joke. I want to tell you something. That's a huge problem. You can imagine what's going to happen someday. I'm going to tell you something. When it happens someday, when they have us all locked up and are close to they'll start with lockdowns, right? But eventually turn into these smart cities, right? So when it's locked down and they tell you and you just have to stay in your home, right? You got a curfew. How are they going to maintain and manage that curfew in the very near future? It's with swarm drones, and they're getting this technology down in which with AI and all that, they can avoid telephone poles, telephone wires, trees, tree branches, buildings, cars, etc. I got to tell you something. If you're old, young enough to see it within by the end of the middle of the century, drone vehicles. Your children are going to be driving drone vehicles. You think I'm freaking making it up? Poof. But to enforce this and keep you locked and behaving well in the empire, drones, drone swarms. And they're going to there's no way getting around that. And the way they're figuring it out in Ukraine, how they're going to use the drones, if you don't behave yourself and you don't go back in your house, or I would say it's Saturday and the Sabbath day, and they with their new Noahide laws that they've put in place, you have to stay in your house on a Saturday. You will not be able to walk X number of distance. You won't be able to probably cook. The electricity be turned off. The water be turned off. And you'll be doing what they say. And if you don't like it and you try to walk out and run away, these drone swarms, you can have explosives on it or a gun or whatever, all sorts of ways that things are taking you out, inject you or whatever. And by the way, if you're able to knock one out with a stick or you shoot one down, there's going to be 10 more waiting for you. And they're damn fucking cheap to make. And with this, you can see, just go look drone lights in the sky and the drone light shows. And just see what they're able to do and how they're doing drones right now with light shows. And I guarantee it's coming. It's coming after you and I. Yeah, when you hang out with me, it's an awful big black pill, isn't it? As they say. It's just funny how, people just don't want to know the truth. And that's the reason why we're all in the trouble we're in now. I don't know if we're going to drone life or not, but them will follow it. Drone swarms. And I do believe that the archonic forces, these entities around us, the higher forms of them. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, I know. Put on there. Are using this technology, AI, drone warfare. Drone warfare? Yeah, why not? Drone technology. You're not going to be able to run away from this stuff. Tanks won't be able to handle it. Look at that. Once the sky is full like bugs, and it's each one of those, maybe 100 of them, maybe 10 of them, are all designated to you, for you. AI, they know your eyes, they know who you are, they know everything about you, they know your patterns. And if you don't do what's supposed to be done, these 10 or 12, it'll probably be 13 or 33, some kind of number like this, maybe 9 or 11, some kind of, we know 369, who the hell knows, one of these sacred numbers. And they're going to use that to chase your ass down and keep you in a house. And if you don't behave, then they'll put a bolt in your head and get rid of you, and you'll be the next. It's part of the Loosh farm, man. I didn't make it up. I'm not trying to make it up. I will be going all over the place. But I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Because it's all connected. Because we all live in the same realm. So you know the all CNI. We all know about that, right? I'm not going to do that. Helmy, just leave me alone. I don't want to. Is that the same one again? Just give me a freaking picture. Golly. They make you have to go through all this crap just to get a picture. You know, it used to be easy. I remember Google just like 7 years ago. You could get an image and they get that image and you didn't have to go through all this fucking bullshit just to get the image. Download it or fucking you have to snip it or whatever. Now you have to snip it and do all this horse shit. Because it's when a damn ad or something shows up. It's really freaking annoying. And I believe it's designed that way. It's not just commerce or somebody trying to make a buck. I actually believe they're making it more, going to make it more and more difficult, more and more hurdles to get anything accomplished and done on this. To occupy you and spend more time glued to the screen. Because the more we spend time here in front of the screen, the more disempowered we actually are. Even though we'll have a lot of information and we'll know a lot of things about how the world is, we'll be so stuck in our prison cell or in our cocoon that we won't be able to do jack shit about it anyways. Sounds negative, doesn't it? But that's actually what's going on. Right before our eyes. It's fascinating watching that election stuff and all the propaganda going on in that. It's either got to be Donald Trumpy or it's going to be that woman that somehow managed to avoid the primary, the whole presidential process. But she's a woman, so therefore it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's almost like the message is, in order for a woman to be the leader of a country, they have to almost have to steal. Oh my God! I mean, I'm not just making up. Let's look at the president of Mexico. She's a member of the JEWS crew, the J crew. 38 assassination attempts. All the people that ran against her pretty much got assassinated. That's how she became the president of Mexico. And son of a gun, she's a member. She's part of this. You know, this all seeing eye here? You see that all seeing eye here? You hear all sorts of crap, but the absolute truth, the historical truth, where all the data lays, this small group of people right here, they are the J crew. They're not the Jesuits. They're not the black nobility, although there are Jesuits who are part of members of the J crew, and there are black nobility who are part of the J crew. It's not countries. It's not the United States of America. No, 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 no. Everyone thinks the United States of America is actually even some kind of real country itself. It's a collection of states. And those collection of states are owned by and controlled by foreign entities. Many of them, Britain, the Vatican, just to say a few, but that's the easy answers. Then you start looking at the multi-billionaires and who they actually are, and how they change their names, and how they have multiple names, and how they have multiple passports, and they're all part of this J crew, and they all have had uh, a greater mission than even the Romans ever dreamed of, than anybody else has dreamed of. And that's to control you and I, because they see you and I, the J. Crew does, they see you and I as animals. They say that. They say that we're dogs, we're nothing but sheep, and that we're less than human. And they have a legal, moral, biblical, spiritual right to do whatever the hell they want to do with us. So if they want to take your freaking child, they have no problem with it. And because they control the courts, they control the judicial system, they control the legal system, they can, and they control the bar, and they control the Federal Reserve, and they control the Congress and the Senate. And I'm not just making it up. I'm not just making it up. It's absolute truth. They brag about it. You and I are too busy living lives to even know about it. So this small group of people that we hear about all in the Old Testament, and who supposedly, Jesus, conquered, that group, the synagogue of that group. And the billionaires and everyone else is along with them, because it's all about the same thing: is preservation, status. Their group. I don't know if you've been around any of these the oligarchs, the plutocracy. We're talking about people who went good education, smart, talk all fucking day long about fucking. You ever been around these group of people? I have. I mean, you ever been at a party, whatever? My mind goes fucking numb. It just shuts down. I just like. Then they're talking about every god dang boring, hopeless, worthless piece of crap thing that's ever been invented by mankind. We talk about banking, about stocks, about politics, and once in a while, if they want to get in a fight, they talk about religion. They talk about each other, and they gossip about people, and they gossip about what's going on in whatever committee or group or class that they're in. They're not just talking about the school class. I'm talking about a status. You ever been around these uptight, toddy, freaking boring people in suit and ties? Everyone sussing each other out, seeing whose wife they're going to sleep with, and all this other crap. You ever been around those? Man, it's such a fucking drag. Man, do they suck. God, they suck the life. If you have any conscience, I argue, if you have any conscience and you hang around with these people, you will become sickened just by being around them. You'll be like, where's the back door? When can I get out of here? Mind you, they make movies about these people. The television tries to present them as something better than the rest of you. They love the idea that they think that they want you to think, and your children to think that they're better than the rest of you. Because they need to be the managers, and they need to be the CEOs, and they need to be this status, this group of people. And you got to understand, it's just not communism. This is not some ism at all. It just is what is. And right now might be predominantly Anglo-American, Saxons, white people, the Germanic backgrounds, but there's nothing to say. In 100 years, it's going to be somebody else in a different shade of color or brown. Whether from, I am still waiting for someone to show up that's white or black for that man. And there's some really dark dudes I've discovered. And some pretty, albino looking dudes. But you know what? There's no one that's pure white or black. It's just interesting. And we call each other that. Delusions. The illusions of it all. The illusions of it. Rome, during the Jewish wars, and it was funny how they do the way they psyop us and all that. So when you study the New Testament, you discover that Rome sacked Jerusalem and conquered, quote unquote, the Jews. Well, they didn't, and there was wars after that, and there was a lot of Jews that were in Rome. And you know what? Those Jews had a lot of money, and they had their usury, and they had their influence. And not only did they create the Jewish religion of Christianity, but also the Jewish religion of Mohammedanism. You see, you got. Let's go back to this whole thing about. Let's go look at Masonic. The pillars, the Masonic symbols. Because Masonry is basically Judaism for the Gentiles. That's what it is. Not being racist. You can call me racist all day you want, but I'm just telling you the way it is. Some are good or are better than others. Just put it that way. Some are not as evil as others. Is that a better way of saying it? But this whole idea is that the great work is to create this Jewish supremacist dominated empire. And a lot of people, a lot of groups, a lot of whether it's Muslims, Christians, Catholics, Jews, blah blah blah, this, that, and other, just it's okay with them because they all believe in it. Now, whether you believe it or not, it's one thing, but they believe in it. So the two pillars are, you got the moon and the sun. Sun worship is Catholicism, Christianity. Moon worship is Mohammedanism. And in the middle, they all see an eye with the star and everything else. And it could be a 6-pointed star, but for the rest of us, it's going to be 5-pointed stars because we're incomplete. 6 is a complete number. Man, we're not complete. We're less than human, so we get the 5-pointed stars, you see. Did you know that? And they got the G there for Goyim, the Goyim world. Other people say he's God or say he's generative principle. They all make up this stuff. But the fact of the matter is, this Goyim, and that's what we are, we're the Gentiles. It's all bullshit for the average person, right? We're all screwed probably, right? But it's all make-believe, just like this whole place is, and it's all magic. And people use their imagination and they make up this stuff. You can't validate any of this stuff when it comes to what their claims are. Whether it's the Freemasons, whether it's the Jews, whether it's Christians, whether it's the Mohammedans, whether it's all the other damn groups from that, politics in particular, governments, my God, the whole damn thing. You can't, when you critically analyze this, everything, every construct that's been thrown at us to make us believe in, everything, if you critically analyze it, break it down, you realize it's just made up. It's make believe. And it's through brute force that keeps it going. Most of that brute force comes through mind control. How do they mind control us? Through school and entertainment and the books and we do it to each other, don't we? We believe in all. So let's go back to this election thing that if people actually believe in, they believe in it, they follow it, they're fanatical about it. And it becomes a cult of personality. A lot of people profiteer off it, make a name off it. I don't know. I'm a pretty simple guy, but I can figure things out, like when I'm being screwed or made I'm being told a fable or a tale, right? Been around the block enough to know, right? So when I hear stuff like the only answer is Camilla or it's Donald Trump, first thing I realize a couple things. After being on the earth for 56 years and witnessing at least, what does that make? vast majority of the modern day presidencies. We're talking like Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush Sr., um, Bill Clinton, Bush Jr., uh, Barry, Barry, whatever. So I can't remember. Let's search the nest. He goes by the name of Obama, but his real name is Barry. Anyways, and his wife is a man. Then there's the first Jewish president we had was Donald Trump, and then we had the drugged up, demoralized, I was just scapegoat Jesuit Biden. I lose count. So 11 should be 11 president. So yeah, Camilla, if you read the SPARS report, Camilla, they said that there would be a woman president, and this term it was predicted it would have to be. This is all connected with the scamdemic and how that was all designed and put in place. It's all connected. These think tanks think about multiple facets of our life, right? They don't just focus, say, on the medical or on the political or the geopolitical. They think about how they're going to control your and my life. And the biggest thing is to control your mind. And how the most powerful way to control other people is not through telling them the truth. It's through lying your ass off over and over and over and over again. In fact, you build a massive wall of lies so that when people are confronted by it and surrounded by it, they'll never be able to dig their way out of it unless you put a shitload of fucking time into it and you deny just about every damn thing that anybody's ever told you as far as their teachers, instructors, what mainstream media says, what all the movies that they've told you. You have to literally be tough as nails to defeat this fucking reincarnation soul trap matrix, as other people call it. Because it will devour you, eat you up, spit you out. You make sure you're recycled. You come back here again. I think a lot of these things that we're filming in the trees too and in the sky are part of this whole the ethereal realm, the realm that maybe even benefits the most the way this matrix is designed. And I think that they have different roles. Some are just like the biome, the natural world that we have now, right? Like squirrels and birds and all that. They're just part of the spiritual ethereal ecology. But then there's other entities there. They're there to watch us, and they're like they are the real guardians, the real not centaurs. What are they called? I can't think of the name. Centurions, is that what it is? Centurion guards. They're the ones, and they come in human form and non-human form, and they watch us and what we're up to. They're feeding, influencing the tribe. See, the tribe, they tell you that they believe in a god, but there's a god of no name, and it's YHWH, which is not really a name at all. They just threw some letters together. And they're not going to tell you who the God is, because the God is not a God. It's multiple fucking gods. Spirits. They're spirit worshipers. And you know what? That's where the power comes from, is the spirit realm. And what they made sure is that everyone else believes in a spirit instead of the spirits. Did you ever think about that? So they're the ones that convinced you and I to focus on a spirit instead of the spirits. And these ethereal, interdimensional, ultradimensional beings. And by the way, in the underworld or in the middle world, which we walk upon in the ethereal world, they do influence our lives. This is not a religious fucking thing. Fuck religion and fuck with all that other beliefs. Go find out for yourself. Go find out how this small group of people managed to hoodwink all the rest of us, we're not talking billions upon billions of people, and get the smartest of us to go along with it at their own detriment, at the detriment of their own children and grandchildren and people around them. Don't tell me the black magic isn't real. Because you and I are under its spell and influence on a 24/7 basis. They know that. They use it. And they use useful dupes, the plutocracy, the middle managers in this giant plantation, this giant reduction farm, to perpetuate and push the narratives. It's a fancy way of saying lies. And you are to be lied to, not told the truth. You are a threat beyond imagination. And so, because you're such a threat, they have to constantly be making up stories. And they reinforce and encourage those that are really good at making up shit stories. And they'll pay them well, and they'll get them on board, and they get them a part of the club. You know, if you're really good, articulate, if you really know the language, you really know how to communicate well, oh, you go far in this lying cess full of bullshit. You might even end up, through sheer will or this weakness of mind or just pure desire, to believe the bullshit that you're spouting out. And it's hard to believe because most of the people I'm talking about are our parents, our grandparents, our siblings, our spouse, everyone else around us. And we're talking to people, we're listening to people, we love these people. And if you're really aware and you're observing what's going on, most of the time you're just being bullshit. People's perspectives and awareness and while things are going on around them, how they observe the immediate surrounding is so fucked up and skewed at this point that if they hear one of two things throughout the workday about some rumor or that, they'll build a whole scenario around the whole fucking thing. And they'll bring that fucking home to their house. Meanwhile, we're slaving for these talismans, these ancient coinage of the eagle, which turns out that it wasn't the Romans were the only ones using that. Those Jews were using the same damn thing too. Fascinating, isn't that? What do eagles do? You know, the cool imagery you get is an eagle, going swooping down and getting a steelhead or a trout or something, a salmon, right? But most of the time they're carrion eaters. They're the eaters of the dead, the corpses of the dead. And they see you and I as the dead. And for the most part, we are. And maybe two of you will ever hear of this. Maybe one of you. That will be it. The rest of you go back in your cave and hide because you're not probably ready for the truth. Because the truth stings. And only it takes only a real man or real woman can even stomach the things that I'm going to share with you. And man, I wish I had a cigarette about now. We are the builders of our own demise. We are the builders of our own enslavement. Most of us, though, when I say that, we're not capable, conscious enough, even have the talent or understanding to know that we're doing it, because we think of somebody who has to have a master's degree, a PhD, right, in mechanical engineering, physics, I don't know, whatever it may be, be able to build skyscrapers, or whole cities, or smart cities, or whatever it may be, right? And so we feel because we're not been educated that we're not a part of it and we're not responsible for it, but in a weird psychological way, spiritual way, we're all responsible for it because deep down inside, we all know that we're slaves and we know that we've been handed a bill of goods and it's a bullshit fucking life that we're living. We all know it could be better. We all know it could be peaceful, more peaceful. It could be more sane, more logical. We all know that. We projected that frustration on other people. We blame the other guy, blame the neighbor, blame the friend, blame the coworker, blame the president of the United States. That's exactly what it's there for, anyways. That's what the prime minister is. That's just a person for you to focus all your energy and attention on. That weakens you by focusing on them because they don't make any decisions on their own. They're simply just the puppet that they present to us. And a lot of those puppets have Jewish backgrounds in them. Family members, wives, children. The Jewish mob is real. It's a powerful institution. You're not going to like it. No one likes it. You think I'm a bigot. I'm telling you the honest truth. Who killed Elvis Presley? The Jewish mob. Who killed? Who else is there? Let's talk about that they wiped out. It's famous. Elvis Presley. John Denver. Michael Jackson. Who else is that's pretty much when they're done with you? See, this is how part of their rites and rituals. They'll take a talented person, exploit the living hell out of them until they've had enough, and they rebel too far, like Elvis did. I mean, when Elvis died, he died broke. He made the Jewish mob millions and millions and millions of dollars. He lost all the rights to all his music and everything, and he died a broke man thanks to the Jewish mob. That's what Michael Jackson wrote a song about it. He was soon dead after that. They control everything. They control the jokes you hear, the memes you see. The ones that have millions of followers, those makeup numbers, that influence the algorithm, make sure that you see it, they are all part of the tribe. Every last one of them. Or if they're not, they're in total compliance. They have no problem with the agenda. Therefore, they keep their mouths shut. The great work is the enslavement of you. It keep you enslaved. You fight far or far, they say. That's what they say, at least. If you're dealing with black magic, you need to fight that black magic. A lot of us have been brainwashed in thinking when we hear we must pray for our enemies. And then automatically think, we must pray for what's best for them. And they've done a damn good job convincing you of that one. And for generation after generation after generation, everyone's been praying for their enemies. And they know this feeling, this empathy and sympathy for the enemies that are doing all the shitty things to you, that have enslaved you and debt you and the hundreds of thousands of dollars minimum, and that your children are enslaved and everything else, and that you will have limited in what you can do. Most of us live in our cubes and our cages, in which we only go out occasionally for entertainment. And that entertainment, by the way, is getting more narrower and narrower and narrower, and there are fewer and fewer options. And the nightclubs that used to be around, 40 years ago are now not maybe a third of what it was at best. Most are gone. Most of the shops are gone. Everything has become homogenous. Is that the right word? I'm not using the right word. Anyways, hegemony. Is that the whatever it is? It's all, if every town looks the fucking same, every town throughout the North America. And guess what? That's the New World Order's vision, is that everything's going to look like everything else, except them. They're going to reign on top, and they're going to be exploiting and living a good life. And once they got the drone technology down, once they go the robotics down, with the AI, many of us are on the chopping block, whether you like it or not. You don't like it, then you're a sane person. But you better accept the fact that you're on the chopping block more ways than one. So am I. And they're going to take you out with their medicine. And I can tell you one thing, I'm warning you something right now. Try not do everything in your power not to end up in a hospital by yourself, especially in an emergency room. And make sure that you have somebody around you that will speak for you when it comes to when they force the poke, the jab, and they will force the jab on you. And they will force, you break your leg and they're going to force the jab on you. They're going to force, and you better fight, and say, no, I just want my leg fixed. You might want to learn how to fix the leg yourself instead of leg, because things are going to get fucking crazy. Did you hear about what's going on in Aurora, Colorado? How the quote-unquote Venezuelan gangs running around in apartment complexes with their guns and machine guns running the place? You think, listen, we haven't seen anything yet. They're prepared a fucking one hell of a journey, a one hell of experience for a whole bunch of us. They want to get rid of a bunch of Europeans. You Europeans, you're the ones that they blame all the woes on. And once they get rid of you, then there'll be another one. Until they figure out that the number one culprit is the all-seeing eye, is the JEWSs, supremacists. That's the reason why we turn on television. It's always one of them. They Live. You know, remember that movie They Live, with the really strange looking alien looking things? They're running in a place, and then they had this, this. Unless you saw with the special glasses, you wouldn't know who was who. Guess who the aliens are? The J. Crew. All of them? No, a lot of them are calling themselves that just because they adopted it or born into it. They don't have the bloodline or anything. They're just another layer of protection. But the J. Crew, I guarantee you, if people talk about reptilians, well, they don't got the thing quite right. No, they're not reptilians, but they have the mind of a reptilian. I mean, only a real snake would want to go back to in the Middle East and the Levant and take it all over. You ever think of that? Because it's nothing but a lot. It's just, there's some nice parts, but most of it's just desert. Great place for scorpions and snakes, isn't it? And their snake and their pole running up. We're all in Launders. You know him? How about Sheldon Allison? You know him? His wife's gone. His wife's still here, but he's gone. Which Jewish billionaire has Trump's ear on Israel? This is in 2017, in which they gave him hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're doing it again. And that's the reason. You know what the reason is for that is because Trump's his real name is Trump. He changed his name. He's from Russian Jew, and he changed his name. Well, he did it. His grandparents of his parents did that. Changed it from Trump to Trump. Did you know Trump wrote a book prior to 9/11 talking about Osama bin Laden, predicting what would happen? How is that possible that he wrote a book about that and predicted it? These magical powers. The dancing JEWSs. His wife, Adelson, this thing right here, just gave Donald Trump $100 $100 million. And what's been happening since? Free reign on the West Bank. And what are the JEWs doing? They're right now attacking the West Bank and taking it all over. Just like it's a separate area, all completely different than from Gaza and all that. And they're going to get it. And nobody's going to stop them. Because they control the guns, they control the military, they control the banks, they control the government, they control the media, and they're going to tell you whatever they want you to believe, as long as you don't know the truth. That they believe that live are these people. Not being racist. I'm telling you the honest truth. Honest truth sucks. You know what I mean? It really freaking sucks. I want to look at something right here. You ever seen this video of have you ever seen this of the worms that come out of the praying man's belly when they're dipped in water? Pretty wild. Look at that. So wild. Look at this. And these worms are huge. I feel most of it's abdomen. Look at that shit. These parasitic worms have been living off the life of that praying mantis. Pretty symbolic, isn't it? I don't know what the guy's going to do with the freaking worms, but it's very symbolic. What is living within us? What is living in this whole damn place? These drone swarms are serious business. That's not the best of videos. Better start praying against these things. These people. You've been lied to by priests and pastors who told you when they said pray for your enemy to pray for their well-being. Meanwhile, they're out to destroy you, and they will destroy you. And you know why? Because these people, this is their mindset. The nuclear family must be destroyed, and people must find better ways of living together, whatever its ultimate meaning. The breakup of families is now up of families now is an objectively revolutionary process. Linda Gordon, Jewish feminist, functions of the family. Woman, a Journal of Liberation, fall of 1969. You think I'm making it up? I ain't making it up. Stuff that must be taken serious. You're right, that's their mindset. A lot of friends told us that. Prime Minister of Israel's speech, the Knesset, in 1982. Our race, the Jewish race, is the master race. We are divine gods on this planet. They believe they're gods. They don't look like a god, but they sure do act like a god. In fact, compared to our race, other races are beasts, animals, cattle at best. Pagan. I guess how you pronounce it. Of course, that's not his real name, too. He lied about his name. They all make up new names. You've ever thought about musicians and artists? They all get these pseudonames. You know where they got that idea from? From these people. Because most of them who are magicians and comics and at least control these industries, are actors, all have fake names, and they all come from this group. Not being racist. I'm just telling you the way it is. Everything's a lie. It's the only group in the whole world that hasn't grown in 80 years. It's still around 15 million. And if you believe that, I got oceanfront property in Arizona for it. By the way, if you do have a thought to help out an old man, single father, that is, Cash App, O.R.D. 3. If you could donate $5, $10, $15, that would be nice to help me get through this week, since I am broke. So, and I am trying to be a father, and I have my son all weekend again. Once again, I have most of the week, but the way everything's set up, remember I talked about West Bank? Well, look who's showing up. Operation is scheduled to last for weeks. It's the largest since Operation Defensive Shield in 2002. They are literally taking over, invading completely the West Bank, calling all these people who live here, men, women, and children, terrorists, just like we did when it came to the indigenous population in North America, right? We're led by, once again, the same group. And by the way, it comes back to this eagle and the coin and the dollar and all that, and how they control everything in our lives. You ever thought that maybe we are the Jewish states of Israel? Or we are the United States of Jewish supremacy or Israel? Because it seems that we don't do very much for this benefit of the people here. We're always doing the benefit for other people. Like these people here. We're going to take over all the West Bank. And just think of this. Think of people showed up in Yorktown. You want to see a weird thing? I got to get some Africans to eat their own freaking fingers, or other human beings' fingers. We're going to see if I can find the thing I was looking for. Yeah, so if I get taken down, I get taken down. Who wants to do this anyways if it's just a lie? This might be inspiring. This is what's going on in Ukraine, and you probably won't be to hear it. But this guy shows up and starts harassing this guard. I remember I lived in England and spent most of my time in London. I remember Buckingham Palace quite well. So he's screaming, make way for the Queen's Guard, and this dude is mocking him, right, and just making fun of him. So he gets pissed and he punches them out. They swing by there, but there's Mormon missionaries on a bike. Let's see if we can pause it. Those are Mormon missionaries. I used to be one of those 30 some years ago. I should have recorded these things so you could hear it, but you could see it. It's so funny. This guy, well, this, this black dude decided he was going to mess with that dude, and he kept on getting his grill and mocking him and everything. And the guy, after warning him multiple times, decides to knock his ass out. And I thought that was pretty funny. And it's very symbolic of what many of us are going through right now. You know, Woody Allen, look at this. Another one of them, right? Woody Allen had two adopted children. One accused him of molesting her when she was 7, and he married the other one after she became legal. That's right. He went on to win numerous awards and was never ostracized from Hollywood. So this guy child molested his adopted children and then ended up marrying one of them. That's how they think. That's how it is. They're not like you and I. They get away with all sorts of atrocities. All sorts of atrocities. So what do you do about it? One thing you don't send some money to me so I can survive. The other thing is, let's pray about this, right? Let's pray to the Creator. It's not a religious thing. You call it religious. I don't give a fuck what you call it. I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay, Creator, the Creator of everything that is. You have revealed to us the truth of how the pyramid works around us. And I understand, Creator, that they use magic, black magic, deceptive arts. They wage war through deception. In fact, that's their motto, the Mossad's motto. And so I'm not praying for their well-being because they've really been awfully rotten to us and ruined our futures and ruined our great grandchildren's futures and caused nothing but chaos. So I'm praying, universe, that it's time now for the yin yang. It's time now for them to get their butt smoked. I prayed when it came to the jab and the lockdown that they would be exposed, and they were. I was one of the very first people, Creator, you remember in 2020 that was exposing who was behind the jab, who was behind the lockdown, and what it was all about in Agenda Event 201 and all the other, the SPARS report and all that. Of course, I was took it down, wasn't I, Creator? In 2021, January 6th, and around 4 in the morning. January 6th, you remember that when the supposed insurrection happened in that place of dark magic called Washington, D.C.? I'm telling the truth again, God. Whatever the consequences are. Greater, whatever the consequences are, I'm telling the truth. I don't care. I don't like this place. I believe that this creation has been hacked, usurped, has been taken over. It's not the way it's supposed to be. The evil spirits that are a part of this have twisted the whole thing around, and now I'm asking you to kick some ass. I'm asking you, all those people who are responsible for turning this place upside down and enslaving us. Those people who are part of all these wars in the military-industrial complex, all these fake governments, and all these people that don't think about other people but outside of their own, paid a visit, and they are paid 70 times 7. 70 times 7 times 700. So this place may have a future in the way it's supposed to be, hopefully. Or maybe it is. And God, let us know. Maybe this is what it's supposed to be. Maybe it's perfect design. And if that's the case, then I still want them to be paid, visit and pay for their evil ways. And then I want to help those people hear this and others, I'll include myself, to get the fuck out of here and never come back. And we go to a place that is better and it's a place that we deserve. Because this place sucks. So I ask you humbly and sincerely as I can, making a fool out of myself in public once again, that you punish these things, these beings, the ones that are hiding in fake names, and fake identities, and are all out there just to enslave us and to imprison us and cause all sorts of violence and oppression, that each and every one of them would get a special visit from the archons and the spirits, my spirits, the spirits around us, the spirits that protect this place, and the spirits that protect all of us that are halfway decent and have a conscience. I've asked you to rise and to attack these motherfuckers. And you guys know I'm being honest, sincere. I'm not making up stuff and playing games. It's time. It's time people be woken up to the fact of who's practicing the black magic, who's been really oppressing us, and maybe convincing us, Creator, that it's black and white. God is fighting against each other. It's stupid ass reasons, but the fact of the matter are all the same in this God-forsaken place. Help us to restore our special diversity, where each place and each country and each city and each town has their own unique food and architecture and other stuff that have made human life a special experience. Stop them from their insanity. Cripple them. Cripple all those who have these evil designs. All these people that are running these different apps just to frickin' data collect and to imprison us and to keep our voices silent, make them pay 70 times 7 times 700, Creator. If they can wake up and repent, and maybe their kids repent, or them recognize the evil ways, that'd be great. But that's between you and them. You know what? I'm caring about everyone else and their kids and their future, and I'm seeing exactly what the fuck's going on, Creator. I ain't praying for their good. I'm not praying for the actors they're playing there in Washington, D.C., pretending to be our leaders. I'm not praying for the president, the CEO of the District of Columbia, except that they are punished for all the fucking lies, their deceptions, and all the harm and pain that they have caused in this world. They have sold the drugs that ended up on the streets, the drugs and needles that have killed our family members. They're the ones that are selling the bombs and creating the fucking swarm of fucking drones that are going to fucking make our lives miserable. Make them pay, spirits. Torture them, punish them, destroy them into a million bits and pieces like we're seeing them do to those poor children in frickin' Gaza. Give our fucking children a goddamn chance to be human beings. And if you don't like my prayers, people, that's how I talk to God, Creator. I don't act like some fucking fag and some weak son of a bitch. Because that's an insult to the Creator. Just as it would be an insult to if you're a grown man talking to your father and you are listening to someone that is acting like a fucking little kid. And that's exactly what we've been doing this whole time. Acting like little effing kids who do not want to take responsibility and to embrace who we are. And who we are is much more than this passive, weak, freaking effeminate, oh, I feel for everyone else thing. No, we're warriors. Men and women, we are warriors. We're designed to fight the darkness and to fight the evil and to make this place a special place. Not a place in which everyone fucking exploits each other for a goddamn talisman called a dollar bill. And if I sound like a madman and a preacher, so fucking be it. I don't give a damn. I've watched this world go into a giant shit show, and I'm done. Creator, I'm done. I hold you responsible. Spirits, I hold you responsible for what's going on. You heard my plea. Start making these people pay. You know, it says that they say Dr. Fauci has the West Nile. I don't believe he has West Nile, but make him pay terribly. And make him be an example. And everyone in the world sees what it's like when you're one of them or compliant to one of them, what their true consequences are. It's time for a change of guard. And if it's not loving, and if people don't like what I say, so be it. But it's sitting here on our fucking asses and waiting for things to change. We don't have the capacity nor to fight them physically, people. We have to fight them fucking spiritually and fucking energetically, and you have to fight them. Which means you have to stop acting like fucking pussies. If you don't like it, then you don't understand the recreation that you're really in. You've been lied to by the New Agers. You've been lied to by all the people at the top. All of these people that govern all these different limited hangouts and ideas and mind constructs. They lied to you about everything. They lied to you about going to the moon. They lied to you about spaces. They lied to you about this fucking places. They lied to you in those books. Those books are fucking lies. The books called the Bible, the Quran, all the other things. You don't like it, folks. That's tough. But the proof is on my side. For fucking 2,000 years, we've watched these people, everyone, placate, play the fucking game, believe in the fucking game. And what has it done for us, really? It has slowed us down. And we are trying to dig ourselves still out of the dark ages, people. And this should not be happening. We should not be in the dark ages. So, Creator, it's time to make a visit and start making these people, these entities, these beings, the tribe, and all those that comply, pay. Make them pay terribly, Creator. Not for your glory, but for what's justice. Not for anybody's glory, but for the fact that it's a robbery. This is thievery. This is the taking away of our true essence. This is what our true potential is. We have become stolen goods, and I don't want it anymore. I demand it. I demand it, spirits. I demand it, entities that are around me and around us and around everybody listening to this and all through the world, that you rise up and start doing something. Make the chaos happen. Make their minds go scattered, just like they're trying to do it to us through electronics and through the internet and through electromagnetic frequencies and like that. Do it, spirits. Make them pay. Not just a little bit, and not just once, but for a very, 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 very long time, until they wake up to what the fuck they have done to us, to this creation, and they never do it again. Punish them. Punish all the censors out there. Punish all those people that are the oppressors of the truth. Punish them 70 times 7 times 7. because they deserve it, people. You guys deserve a hell of a lot better. You deserve the fucking truth. And very few people are willing to fucking do it. Or talk about it, or even have the courage to challenge the fucking lies that are out there. Oh, it's easy to mock that which you don't truly know and understand. But it doesn't take any courage. It takes a lot more courage to say, you know what? I've been lied to and I'm fucking tired of it. We'll listen to some music and then we're going to listen to an interview, and that should make people think some way or another. I'm not quite sure. I haven't even listened to it, but the spirits say it's time to listen to it. Well, let's listen to something heavy. Yeah, it's a badass song, man. Mountainside. I was looking at a few things before I get into this video and talk more about the spirits. And the spirits are real, and the spirits we must talk to. We must talk to our spirits. We must talk to our spirits. We must talk to our spirits. Let's talk to them, not in the way the New Agers do, not what everybody else does, but the way you know to do it, the way you must do it. Like you would talk to any other ones. There's a couple spirits here, man. There's one right here, and right here, and right here. Massive. Anyways, there's even one back. Spirits of this world, the good spirits, the spirits that guard us and protect us. We're not New Agers. We're no ism. We're not nothing. We're just creations that are here stuck in this soul trap matrix and demand that we have some justice. Demand that we have some peace and direction. Demand that we are not going through this oppression. And instead of things going backwards, things start going forwards again for the benefit of all. So we demand that all those who have been responsible, the tribe, and the oligarchs, the people that have managed this plantation, this reduction camp, are paid a heavy and harsh visit for a very long time. That every imaginable thing that you guys could think of to torment them, torture them, make them suffer for all the pain and suffering that I've gone through, my child has gone through, all the people I care about have gone through, other people in this town have gone through, my relatives have gone through, the county, the state, this country, the North America have gone through all the Americas have gone through all the world, for Africa, from the Eurasia and to Australia and all the islands and all the very many places that have suffered from this injustice and from this madness that comes from this tribe and the black sorcery that has been posed on us all, that they are crushed into fine dust and never be more than a memory again. And that we, for once, live a life in which human beings are supposed to live. Not like fucking caged animals. We're not allowed to say the truth. They have to worry about every damn thing that we do, that have to waste our precious time doing mundane and stupid and slavish fucking jobs. Make them pay, and give everyone else the courage to pray to make them pay. And that they suffer all the billions of things that they've done to us and our ancestors, that they go through it 70 times 7 times 700. And I ain't fucking kidding. I've had enough of this shit show. You guys know what I've gone through on a day-to-day basis. I've paid the price. I've discovered what's really going on. And now I demand justice. Make them be exposed. Make the other people's eyes open up to who's really been causing all the pain and suffering, the division, the nightmares, and etc. Make them pay with the pain and the suffering that's never been imagined before. For they have caused billions of people to suffer. Spirits, make them pay. Make them pay dearly, and make them pay for generations to come, and that there's never a forgotten memory of the things that we've gone through, that our ancestors have gone through, that our children are going to go through, that we're going to go through. Make them pay 70 times 7 times 700. All of those who have benefited from this and lived luxuriously at the expense of others and turned a blind eye to all the suffering, make them pay 70 times 7 times 700, spirits. There's a reason why they went after our shamans and our religious spirit leaders first. And they convinced everybody to pray for them in a nice, soft, and gentle way, that they might be saved. No, we will be saved. And we will receive justice. And you spirits know what I'm talking about. Because you've observed, you've been part of. You sat by and waited until someone cried out sincerely that you intervene and make these motherfuckers pay. You know who they are. You know what's in my head.
The planet's puppet masters almost surely have a plan. There's clearly maybe something there beyond the realm of man. And until we've thoroughly tested every last close-chested view, I find the more we think we know, the less we really do. Where would we be without THC? Because we know they're lying to us, just don't know to what degree. Where would we be without THC? The higher side chest, Greg Carlwood and Company.
It's the end of the world as we know it, people, but I feel fine. From the Sunshine State, I'm Greg Carlwood, and we are well aware of the destruction that's been done to indigenous and old world knowledge, and we're frequently confronted with how inaccurate our own mainstream models are in a whole host of categories. And chief among them would be the big questions of what a human life is even about and what can we know about this mysterious home we have. Well, there are some rich cosmologies scattered across the landscape with complexity and elegance that really boggles the mind, yet the best Western materialist atheistic culture has come up with on those big questions is that human life is about nothing important and we bumble around on a rock that's largely insignificant. Yet when you compare and contrast the small number of surviving cosmologies and old world knowledge, you find a very similar shape that is hard to deny, that usually contains scientific and spiritual qualities, as well as stories of teachers from the sky, saviors from the underground, and a model of processional ages that feels a lot closer to representing some very foundational cyclical cosmic pattern. And would you believe it, today's guest, Bibhu Dev Misra, is not only very well versed in these cosmological comparisons, but also tackled the mysteries and inconsistencies in the Hindu Yuga cycle model and made adjustments to our conventional placement in it that are more consistent with other sources of knowledge that altogether show that we might be less than a year away from cosmic rock bottom. If you don't know him, Bibhu is an engineer and information technology consultant by trade who has been actively researching and writing on ancient civilizations and ancient mysteries for more than a decade. And he lays it all out in the culmination of his work, the intriguing new book, Yuga Shift, The End of the Kali Yuga and the Impending Planetary Transformation, as well as many articles on his website, bibhudevmisra.com. It's work that goes to a lot of great places that I think you're going to dig, so let's get into it. The great cosmology comparer, Yuga cycle scholar, and advocate for the ant people. Bibhu, welcome to the higher side.
Thanks, Greg. That was a great intro.
I try, man, and thanks for doing this. I'm sorry I was late. I always enjoy hearing about the deep cosmologies of indigenous cultures as well as ancient knowledge that has survived. I think a lot of listeners should be vaguely familiar with the Yuga cycle. It does get referenced a lot, but for the unfamiliar, just as our days gradually transition between extremes of high noon and midnight, and a single year gradually transitions between the extremes of summer and winter, our planet, and by extension human consciousness, also transitions through a 24,000-year cycle where for 12,000 years we move upwards towards a peak of civilization in a golden age of the Satya Yuga at one extreme, and then through 12,000 years we move back down towards the cosmic rock bottom of the Kali Yuga with smaller segments and break periods in between. But is that a fair summary? What else might you add to get us started here?
Well, when I first came up with the Yuga cycle model nearly 12 years back, that was way back in 2012. And I used the model of this 24,000-year cycle with a 12,000-year ascending cycle and a 12,000-year descending cycle, which you just mentioned. But one of the questions that I had was, we know that the precession cycle of the Earth is 25,800 years long. And one of the questions was, why is this different? Ideally, they should be same, because if you look at some of the values proposed by, let's say, Cicero, who was a Greek historian, he said that the duration of the half cycle is 12,954 years, which is very close to the duration of the half cycle of the precessional year. So if you multiply 12,950 by 2, you end up with 25,800 something. So my question is, why is this difference between the 24,000 year cycle and the 25,800 year precession cycle? And I managed to close that gap in the book, where I figured that as per the ancient Greeks, there are 2 extended periods of transition at the opposite ends of this cycle. So after we complete the 12,000 year ascending cycle and we reach the golden age, after that, they say there is a period of devastation or transformation, which they call cataclysmos, which is a Greek word which means deluge. And they also refer to it as the great winter of the great year. And similarly, on the other hand, after we complete the 12,000 year descending cycle, they say that there is a long period of transition which they call ekpyresis, which means fire or conflagration. And this is the time that the world is destroyed by a fiery ordeal. And they also refer to it as the great summer of the great year. Now, we know that after the end of the golden age, we did go through this very cold period, which is referred to as the Younger Dryas cold period, and it extended for around 1,200 years. So if that is the great winter that the Greeks were talking about, in that case, after the end of the Kali Yuga, which is the rock bottom period that we are in right now, we should also have a 1,200 year period of transition. And once you factor in these 2 extended periods of transition, then you end up with a Yuga cycle, which is exactly 25,800 years, which is equal to the precession cycle of the Earth. So in that case, there's no difference between these 2 cycles. And it also makes sense because now we can account for the Younger Dryas cataclysm, because that period of extreme cold and cometary impacts couldn't have occurred while the Golden Age was still in progress. So that 1,200 year period must have started after the Golden Age had ended, because conditions of life in the Golden Age were supposed to have been utopian. So the weather was nice, the soil was fertile, but everything got reversed during that 1,200 year period of Younger Dryas, which means that the Yuga cycle and the precession cycle are one and the same. And after the end of the Kali Yuga, we'll basically go through an extended period of nearly 1,200 years when the planet is going to be renewed and our consciousness is also going to be renewed before we begin the ascending cycle of consciousness that will ultimately lead back to the next golden age.
Yes, that is an excellent summary of how you have adapted the traditional model. And we will get into that. Even the term traditional model, it seems like along the way, it's been altered itself. And you went back to the original material and consulted that and held that to a higher degree of importance and mixed that with, of course, our new knowledge of the Younger Dryas and the earthly wobble. And it's just really impressive how well it all syncs up. And we're kind of talking about like a lot of different cultures that had the same shape of a model, the general shape of a very long arc up and a very long arc down. Sometimes it's 10,000 years, sometimes it's 12. And you can understand how man would mess this up or maybe get a few details wrong or play a game of telephone where things change. But talk to us about just how widespread the general structure of this sort of model for human consciousness and life on Earth is, because it's impressive in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, this was actually prevalent all over the world. Every ancient culture believed in these cycles. They always felt that there was a spoiled golden age and they have degraded into the current Iron Age or the Kali Yuga. For instance, the Greeks referred to it as the Great Year, and the 4 ages for them were the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze, and the Iron Age, which exactly corresponds to the Hindu framework. in which we have Satya Yoga, Treta Yoga, Dwapar Yoga, and the Kali Yoga. Similarly, the Hopi also speak of 4 worlds. They speak of the first world. I don't remember the names exactly. The first world, the second world, the third world, and right now we are in the 4th world, and we believe that the end of the 4th world is not very far away. They have a lot of prophecies around the end of the 4th world, and we'll probably talk about that later. But according to them, all of these prophecies have now been fulfilled, and right now this is the last prophecy which is remaining, which basically talks about the return of the blue star Kachina and the red star Kachina, which is going to bring about the final purification of the world. And then the Persians had a very similar structure to the Hindus. They speak of this 12,000-year cycle, and they talk about 4 ages, each consisting of 3,000 years. So 3,000 into 4 is 12,000 years. And according to their reckoning, this current cycle of 12,000 years started at nearly 9,000 years prior to the time of Zoroaster. Now, Zoroaster, as we know, is a Persian prophet, and he lived between the 6th to 7th centuries BC, according to most historical estimates, which means 9,000 years before that takes us back to 9,600 to 9,700 BC, which is the exact time that the last ice age had come to an end. And this is also the date that we get from Plato's account of Atlantis, because Plato said that when Solon had gone to Greece, the Egyptian priest told him that Atlantis had sunk into the ocean nearly 9,000 years prior to the time of Solon, which is basically around 9,600 BC. So that is the time that both the Greeks and the Persians identified as the beginning of the current descending cycle that we're in. And then we have the Aztecs who talk about the 4 suns, and the Maya also had a very similar belief about 4 ages. So this was widespread. All the big civilizations of the ancient world, they believed in this cycle of ages of 4 yugas. And even when they were building these grand monuments and they were composing works of literature and astronomy, they never harbored the misconception that they were in a higher age or a higher yuga. They always knew that we are in the Iron Age or the Kali Yuga, and when they spoke about the state of their society, they always said that it's because that our consciousness has declined that we see all of this misery and this selfishness and violence around us. They justified it on that premise. But this got overturned during the colonial period, because when the colonialists were expanding their kingdoms and their monarchies, what they said was, we must be standing at the pinnacle of civilization because we are subjugating the native tribes everywhere. So the whole of human civilization and culture must be leading up to this point where we are standing right now. And then Darwin was one of the main proponents of that idea. He knew that the ancients believed in this ascending and descending cycles, but he said that to think that man is degenerating is it's not a cheerful idea. So he wanted a cheerful idea to make them feel happy about what they were doing. So he turned it around and said that it's been progressing linearly all over time. And that's there at the pinnacle of civilization. And this has now become the dominant idea everywhere in scientific and academic circles.
Another great summary. We have the Hopi, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Dogons to an extent, the Vedas. I mean, this is a lot of ancient cultures that seem like maybe fractals of a once great civilization, or maybe we had some cosmic visitors that taught a lot of different people this stuff and they tried to hold on to it. We will get into that. But talk to us about the Vedas and how old they are, and this cycle of the 7 sages ancient calendar that you kind of had to go back to work on your model. And talk to us about the Yuga cycle in India today, because there is a vastly different popular model that maybe doesn't seem to be as accurate, but nonetheless, it is the mainstream model. So often mainstream models are not exactly right. But talk to us about this cycle of the 7 sages that you used as a reference, and just a little bit more about the Vedas and how old they are, because the older something is, the more impressive it is for it to be so deep and seemingly accurate in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, the Indian tradition has always been an oral tradition. In fact, most ancient cultures used an oral tradition, and the practice of writing down the sacred documents started only in the last 2000 odd years. And one of the reasons for that is that in the earlier ages, our memories were much bigger. I mean, we could retain a lot of information. And it's a fact that, and this is something that a lot of people don't know, that our cranial volume has shrunk over the last 12,000 years. This is a well-established scientific fact, but they never talk about it because it goes completely against the theory of evolution, gradual evolution, which Darwin had proposed. Because according to that framework, we basically, from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens, we gained around 10% cranial volume. And they say that this is the reason that we could invent so many different kind of things. And we became what we are today. But what has been found out is that in the last 12,000 years, we have lost the same amount of cranial volume that we supposedly had acquired in the last 2 million years of evolution. So how do you explain that? And they don't have an answer for that. So they always keep it under wraps. It's a very tightly held secret. So only in 1 or 2 places we'll get to know about it. So the reason why we started documenting the oral information is because people could no longer retain all of that information in their mind. And because of the fact that every time there is a yoga transition, every time you move from one age to the next, there's always a lot of cataclysmic activity, which kind of destroys the existing civilizations of that time. And when you begin the new civilization, you are essentially starting from scratch with a new set of ideas and beliefs and technological skills, which is why if you look at our past, right now, we have the Iron Age civilizations, all of which started at around 700 BCE. Greece, India, Persia, everywhere you have this new wave of civilizations starting in 700, 600 BCE. And all the Bronze Age cultures, they all disappeared at around 1100 to 1000 BCE. All of them are disappeared, whether it's Egypt or whether it's Indus Valley or Mesopotamia. All of the civilizations collapsed in a heap. And that particular period is generally referred to as the late Bronze Age collapse. And they don't have really any good solid explanation for that, although I have a separate explanation in my book for it. So similarly, when the Egyptian civilizations had started, or the Mesopotamian civilization started at around 3400, 500 BC, prior to that, there was a period of cataclysmic activity, and all the pre-Bronze Age cultures, the so-called Neolithic cultures, they all disappeared. We didn't have any trace of that after 3500 BC. So we go through this period of cleansing or purification, and during this period of time, a lot of knowledge and skills and information is lost and becomes extremely difficult to get back that information, which is why the ancient traditions are so important, because a lot of this information is transmitted orally down to us. And in India, what happened is that we did not go through, at least in the last 2000, 2500 years, we have managed to retain some of this ancient information, although it got distorted to some extent, but we managed to retain more of the ancient information than many other cultures where there was a great destruction of information. For instance, in the library in Alexandria, that used to be a storehouse of information about the past. And once that was destroyed, people forgot about it because they could no longer retain that information in their mind. They had forgotten how to memorize stuff. And once you lose the books, you basically forget what happened in the past. In India, also similar things happened. We had a big library at a place called Nalanda. That was a Buddhist library. It had millions of books and it was destroyed during the Islamic invasion of India. And a huge amount of information was lost there. So we don't actually have as much information that we had maybe around 1,500 years before. But still, there's a lot of information available, and it's possible to reconstruct the Yuga cycle based on the available sources of information, thankfully. Otherwise, I wouldn't be writing articles or books about it.
Yes, indeed. And the idea of a devolution is super fascinating. Maybe it's not the rosy idea people want to believe. Maybe it's a little uncomfortable, but to say that we have this ancient model, we have these models really from a bunch of different cultures. They all kind of speak to this process. It's a cycle. We just happen to be near the cosmic rock bottom, and the fact that it matches with things they find in the archaeological record, that the cranial space is smaller, and then even our frames are smaller. That's pretty wild.
On an average, we are 10% smaller in size than the people who lived just prior to the end of the Ice Age, than the people who lived, let's say, during the Younger Dryas period or the period prior to that. So we have shrunk in size on an average by 10%, and that is actually a very, I would say, conservative estimate, because there's a very strong inclination within the scientific and academic circles to toss out any large skeleton which they think doesn't really fit into the whole thing. They don't want people to start thinking about giants and stuff. So any big skeleton...
Oh, we know that.
Yeah, we know that. So any big skeleton gets tossed out of the reckoning. So even a conservative estimate is that we have lost 10% of our physical structure. We have become less athletic. And there was this interesting article in the Daily Mail, in a UK newspaper called Daily Mail, and they're the professor of some, I think, Oxford or Cambridge University. He says that even an average farmer who lived 5,300 years ago would easily beat a highly trained modern athlete. So you can imagine, an average guy living 5,000 years ago, he's going to outrun some of our fastest runners on the track field.
Yeah, well, we were much more active, and our lifestyles supported that kind of thing. And so let me ask you this. We have been in the Kali Yuga for almost 2,700 years. So it's really all we know. It's all our grandparents know, our great-grandparents know. But you say the lowest point is coming up, March 2025, which I guess somewhat explains our current chaotic climate, right? What would you say about how this low point, this cosmic rock bottom, is often described and how it mirrors our current place in the timeline?
Well, I mean, they have some very astonishing descriptions of the Kali Yuga, which perfectly matches up with the kind of society that we live in. And there are a lot of texts which talk about everything that's going on today, how the rulers are going to be corrupt, how the priesthood is going to be corrupt, how they'll be self-serving, how honest people would find it very difficult to live, and they would probably leave the cities and live in the forests and mountains. How our morals would decline, not only men, but also women. The morals of women would also decline. And there's going to be a lack of honesty, a lack of respect for elders and for respectable people. Wealth is the only thing which is going to be appreciated, and wisdom is going to be like a treason. They talk about all of this stuff. But it's not just the Indians. Even if you read Hesiod's account of the world ages, the kind of picture he paints for the Iron Age is very similar to the kind of society we live in today. And the problem is that, see, there are two back-to-back Iron Ages or two back-to-back Kali Yugas.
Things they find in the archaeological record, that the cranial space is smaller, and then even our frames are smaller. That's pretty wild.
On an average, we are 10% smaller in size than the people who lived just prior to the end of the Ice Age, than the people who lived, let's say, during the Younger Dryas period or the period prior to that. So we have shrunk in size on an average by 10%, and that is actually a very, I would say, conservative estimate, because there's a very strong inclination within the scientific and academic circles to toss out any large skeleton which they think doesn't really fit into the whole thing. They don't want people to start thinking about giants and stuff. So any big skeleton...
Oh, we know that.
Yeah, we know that. So any big skeleton gets tossed out of the reckoning. So even a conservative estimate is that we have lost 10% of our physical structure. We have become less athletic. And there was this interesting article in the Daily Mail, in a UK newspaper called Daily Mail, and they're the professor of some, I think, Oxford or Cambridge University. He says that even an average farmer who lived 5,300 years ago would easily beat a highly trained modern athlete. So you can imagine, an average guy living 5,000 years ago, he's going to outrun some of our fastest runners on the track field.
Yeah, well, we were much more active, and our lifestyles supported that kind of thing. And so let me ask you this. We have been in the Kali Yuga for almost 2,700 years. So it's really all we know. It's all our grandparents know, our great-grandparents know. But you say the lowest point is coming up, March 2025, which I guess somewhat explains our current chaotic climate, right? What would you say about how this low point, this cosmic rock bottom, is often described and how it mirrors our current place in the timeline?
Well, I mean, they have some very astonishing descriptions of the Kali Yuga, which perfectly matches up with the kind of society that we live in. And there are a lot of texts which talk about everything that's going on today, how the rulers are going to be corrupt, how the priesthood is going to be corrupt, how they'll be self-serving, how honest people would find it very difficult to live, and they would probably leave the cities and live in the forests and mountains. How our morals would decline, not only men, but also women. The morals of women would also decline. And there's going to be a lack of honesty, a lack of respect for elders and for respectable people. Wealth is the only thing which is going to be appreciated, and wisdom is going to be like a treason. They talk about all of this stuff. But it's not just the Indians. Even if you read Hesiod's account of the world ages, the kind of picture he paints for the Iron Age is very similar to the kind of society we live in today. And the problem is that, see, there are two back-to-back Iron Ages or two back-to-back Kali Yugas. 2,070 years descending and then 2,700 years ascending. Now, what happens in the ascending part of the Kali Yuga, which is where we are right now, is that our material conditions of life improve somewhat compared to, let's say, 2,000 years ago. But the decline in our cranial capacity and therefore the decline in our consciousness continues throughout the Kali Yuga. So right now we are at a state where our consciousness has touched rock bottom, in the sense that we not only don't remember anything about the past, but our values have also collapsed, and all of these powers that we had in the higher ages, like intuition or clairvoyance and things like that, those have disappeared. So from the point of view of consciousness, we are at the rock bottom. But from a material perspective, we have improved somewhat, and that is reflected in the kind of technology that we have today and the kind of lifestyle that we have today, at least in the cities. So it can be kind of confusing, because if you are linking a Yuga cycle with materialism, then it'll feel like we are in an ascending cycle because we are better off than, let's say, people living 1,000 years ago in terms of materialism, but not in terms of consciousness, not in terms of human values, in terms of our spiritual growth. All of that has declined. For instance, if you look back, let's say even 2,000 years ago, in India, you had great masters like Buddha and Mahavira teaching. In the West, you had Christ. In let's say, China, you had people like Confucius. They were all coming up with a lot of wisdom, a new way of living, a new way of thinking. And people were a lot more pious in those days. They knew that they had to live very good, honest, moral lives. Unlike today, where people really don't think too much about ethical way of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is all really interesting. We know that there are cosmic influences on our consciousness, from solar flares to astrological influences. So why wouldn't there be something else, this big cycle? And of course, it is somewhat of a mixed bag. It's not all doom and gloom. As we've mentioned, this is thousands of years. So I think my life's been pretty good up to this point, as objective as I can be. And it's like, yeah, you can still have a good time in the harshest part of the winter, or you can still have a good day in the harshest heat of summer at high noon. But it's a little harder to do than in the spring and the fall, when the climate is pleasant. So it's more like just a condition that makes it a little more difficult to have the good times we'd want to have. It's not absolutely 2,000 devastating years of pain and misery, because obviously we're all living right now. But I was going to ask you a little more about this whole thing about the devolution and the fact that we have all these older cultures that never developed writing. They have these oral traditions. And you mentioned that our memories were better. And I've had other guests who say it wasn't really just that our memories were better, but that we were plugged into the Akashic record. Our consciousness wasn't so separate between conscious and unconscious. We actually had a more holistic mind that was connected to the information field. And maybe we were even telepathic, that we didn't really need to develop written words because we just kind of communicated person to person. And when we have interactions with other types of beings in other dimensions, or however you want to categorize that, it seems to be the way they communicate, and we have no problem understanding them. What do you think about that? That it was maybe a little more than memory, that at the peak of the golden age, maybe it was telepathic, and maybe we were plugged into some greater cosmic knowledge without needing to write it all down.
Sure, yeah, that's what all of these traditions talk about, that in the higher yugas, your mental capabilities like intuition, like telepathy or clairvoyance, all of that is a lot more developed, and you can basically communicate with somebody without talking. And this is something that we also read about in so many UFO contact reports, where people seem to get the information from a humanoid being without actually talking to them. And we also hear about that in so many apparitions that people see. I mean, the Marian apparitions, for instance, there's not much talking going around there. A lot of information gets transmitted telepathically. And even I think animals, to some extent, they might still be having some vestiges of this ability with them, because dogs do seem to have some kind of a telepathic ability to pick up thoughts and feelings, which humans have lost to a large extent. And that is what causes this disconnect. Once you lose this telepathic ability, that kind of disconnects you from everyone else, from the rest of the environment, from nature, from other animals, and obviously from other human beings.
Yeah, it's very hard to dehumanize other humans and start wars when you are telepathically connected, speaking the same language. You really can't create the other, and you can't demonize the barbarians or the indigenous or all these things they do to be like, hey, they're not like us, so burning them at the stake and skinning them alive and scalping them, it's not that big of a deal.
Exactly, yeah. And the advantage of telepathy is that right now we have so many different languages, which is what you just brought up. So if you're not speaking the same language, you can't communicate anymore. But with telepathy, you really don't need any languages. It's just the mind talking to other person. And it can also pick up on feelings, which you can't do with language. So if you can pick up on a person's feelings telepathically, then you would obviously conduct yourself in a much different way than you would without that ability. We also interacted, all the ancient stories, they talk about the gods and the sages living on the earth with humans in the higher ages. And as we evolved, these gods and sages started to reduce their interactions with us. And ultimately, at the beginning of the Iron Age of Kali Yuga, they all left. And I think that's probably because these humanoid beings, they also have a need for some kind of a period of rest. I mean, even though they are enormously superior to us in terms of their consciousness, but still they would need this occasional period of rest, which is why they probably go away in the Kali Yuga. And the reason why there has been an upsurge in this UFO sightings over the last 50 odd years could be because we are now entering into a period when that contact may be reestablished. So that's something to look forward to. I mean, once you realize that we are not the only humanoid beings on this planet or in the solar system or the rest of the universe, then your perspective really changes a lot. Then you don't think in such arrogant terms of yourself anymore.
Yes, indeed. And I'm glad you brought that up. So we have these changes in the cosmic seasons with cataclysms in the transitions. And what I think is most fascinating about like the Hopi model, which we lumped into the many models that are similar, is this idea that ant people or beings from the inner earth come up and select some of us to take shelter inside the earth. It's not unlike the angels saving some people before the rapture. I think it's kind of interesting. Is this another theme that can be considered somewhat universal, humans being sheltered by some other type of being, usually inside the earth?
It comes up everywhere. I mean, the Hopi obviously have this story about the ant people. And the ant people, what they do is that every time a particular world is being destroyed at the end of an age, they take some righteous people and keep them in their underground homes, which are all very nicely lighted up, and there's a lot of food and a lot of space to go around. And once the world has been renewed, these people come out and they look at the world and they think everything has changed. So this is a repeating theme in the Hopi stories. If you look at the flood legends, which talk about the Great Flood, everywhere you'll find that a single person has been entrusted to save all the flora and fauna, and that person is kind of rescued. Now, that single person might be a single person in a specific region. I don't think it applies to the whole world. It probably means that in every small locality or every small region, there was one or two people who were saved from that flood, who then went on to create the next set of human beings. And in Christianity, you obviously have the angels coming in at the time of rapture and taking the righteous people and saving them. The angels seem to be very similar to what we used to call the fairy folk, because even the depictions of the angels is similar to the fairies, with the wings and the halo around their head. And this ant people that we find in the Hopi legends, they are the race of dwarfs that we find in so many other cultures, like the Germanic or Scandinavian cultures. Even in India, we call them yakshas. They are supposed to be the protectors of the wealth underground. They have a lot of supernatural abilities. They can shape, they can become invisible. And they also have the Vimanas. In India, we have these ancient UFOs called Vimanas. And when you read the ancient Indian text, we find that the Vimanas were actually built and operated by these dwarfs. They were the original owners, and sometimes they gave it to maybe a particular king they were happy with, and then he used that Vimana. Even the UFO phenomena seems to be tied up with this underground people. The Maya also had this legend about the dwarfs. In fact, even now, there are a lot of Maya carvings which show the Maya kings sitting in the company of a dwarf, because the dwarfs had this ability of foretelling the future. They were clairvoyant. And a lot of these Maya texts, like the Chilambalam, which talk about events that are going to happen in the future, they were supposedly composed by the dwarfs who had this ability. And the Maya term for the dwarfs was the same. They used to call them ant-men. So the Hopi and the Maya use the same term for this particular race of people. And it seems very strange to us today, because we obviously have put all of that stuff into myths and legends. But I really doubt that. I think we do have this race of people who live underground and who are now trying to make their presence known to us through this UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, man, I'm really into this kind of stuff. A lot of people talk about the Vimana flying machines that's referenced in probably every episode of Ancient Aliens, but they're not the only ones who had those stories of flying machines well before anyone had the technological ability to do so. And just like that, everyone talks about the Hopi legend of the ant people as if they had this really robust and interesting cosmology, and they do. But that's just their version of a more universal story, as you say. I had copied down that the Maya referred to their dwarves as ant-men. I think this comes from the work of a guy named Eric Thompson, who said that Zay means ant to them, and they used to call these people the Zay Yunkab, meaning red ant men. And then there's other people who have said that Anunnaki also translates to Anu, meaning ant, and Naki, meaning friends. And then, yes, you lump in Norse legends and Germanic folklore and, of course, Celtic folklore. It's kind of a universal thing that there are these small, mystical, highly intelligent humanoid beings, and they take us to their realm, which is often underground, and weird stuff happens. Sometimes there's like really crazy time dilation involved, and I know you know a lot of these sorts of stories. Do you have any favorite stories of lore or individual accounts of people who've had interactions with these beings that maybe represent the general template of how these encounters tend to go?
The stories that I have are basically from ancient times. Right now, there are no modern stories that I know of, unless you're talking about the UFO phenomena. And even the UFO phenomena, you might have some kind of a time dilation, because a lot of times these people, they get abducted and they end up at the same place or a different place, and you might have already 3 or 4 days has passed. and they don't remember anything about it. So yeah, you have this story in Celtic legends where this person is taken to the fairy underground and he stays there for what he thinks is a few days, but when he comes back, it's already 300 or 400 years. Then he sees that everything has changed. And we have similar stories in India, but in India, the story is about person going to the realm of the gods, not really the ant people. And when he comes back, already a cycle of ages has ended. And he comes back and he sees that the race of men, they have become smaller, the intellect has shrunk, everything is smaller and less fertile, and they're surprised at the state of the world when they come back. So this time dilation not only happens in the other world or the underworld, it also happens when you go to some other solar system or some other celestial location. This seems to happen, and which is, of course, something that is also scientifically very logical.
Mm-hmm. And to quote an article of yours, you say the parallels between the Hopi Kiva and the fairy mounds of Ireland, which are also believed to contain a hole in the ground that transports one to the subterranean, otherworldly realm of the fairies, dwarves, and other spirit beings, are obviously striking. What are some of these parallels? We talk a lot about the fairy mounds of Ireland, but not so much about the Hopi Kiva. Where do we see the similarities?
Well, the structure is very similar. The Hopi Kiva is kind of semi-subterranean structure, and then you have a kind of rounded top or a flat top. And then when you enter into Hopi Kiva, you have this fireplace or the hearth where all of these ceremonies. And next to the hearth, there's a small hole in the ground, which they call Sipapu. And the Sipapu is the place of emergence. This symbolizes the place from where the Hopi had emerged at the beginning of this world. Now, where did they go at the beginning of this world? They went to the underground home of the ant people, which means this Sipapu represents the passage that leads to this underground realm of the ant people. Similarly, in Ireland, you have this talk about the fairy land, which is called, I think, Anwine. And this is reached through certain passages hidden inside a artificial mound. And if you look at some of these mounds, it looks similar to the Hopi Kiva. And there's a story or there's a belief in Ireland that some of these stones are movable. Some of the stones that cover the floor, they are not static, they're movable. And if you know the correct thing to say or the correct place to tap, then that stone basically moves away and then it exposes a passage that leads you to the underground home of the fairy folk. So the idea is similar, a hole in the ground that leads to the underground home of the fairy folk, and that is reached through a mound. So you basically first enter into the mound and then you enter into the passage that leads to that particular underground realm.
I love it. And in the book, you also have a section called The Mystery of the Seven Sages. So if fairy, ant people, miniature humans wasn't enough, we also have the Mesopotamian culture with all these depictions of hybrid fishmen and birdmen holding that bucket and that pine cone. And you say in the cuneiform texts, the term apkailu, meaning sage or wise, was used to refer to the hybrid fishmen who had come to Babylon in the antediluvian times. They served as the counselors of the 10 kings who ruled before the deluge. The apkalu were collectively known as the Seven Sages. They had emerged from the Indian Ocean and transmitted all the laws of civilization to people. Well, I think we're familiar with the imagery and this general description, but how do we make sense of these beings if they were real? They're clearly different from the ant people, right? I mean, the descriptions are totally different.
Yeah, the ant people, they live in underground caverns, in caves and caverns and large underground cities. Whereas the Akkalu, they are supposed to come from the Apsu. The term that the Sumerians used is Apsu, which basically means the underground aquifers. So they don't live in the caves and the caverns, they live in the aquifers, which is why they have this hybrid fish-human structure so that they can live both in the water as well as on ground. And as per the Sumerians, the kingdom of Enki, who was the lord of the earth and who is the god of civilization and magic and fertility, who corresponds to the Egyptian Osiris. So Enki, he's the lord of the underworld, and he's the one who sends his sages, this Akkalu, to the people in Babylon. He tells them to go to the cities of Babylon and to instruct the kings in all the codes of kingship and to pass on all the skills of civilization to the people. So the sages are of a much higher stature than the dwarfs, even though the dwarfs or the fairy folk, let's call them fairy folk, because when you use the term fairy folk, you're basically not only talking about the dwarfs, you're talking about the elves and the fairies and all the entire ensemble of magical creatures. So the sages were of a higher stature. They were far more wise, more powerful, and that is why the sages don't appear all the time. They basically appear at the beginning of our civilization. They pass on the skills and knowledge, then they go back, and they also marry humans, human women, and they give birth to a lineage of sages who then carry on that tradition. So that's what we have in India. We have this concept of the seven sages who we call Saptarshis, and they originally came from the seven stars of the Arsa major constellation of the Great Bear. They came from the stars, and then they fashioned a home for themselves underground, and then they come up from this underground realm periodically at the beginning of a particular yuga, pass on the skills of civilization. And in India, we believe that all the Vedic wisdom that we have, the entire corpus of Vedic knowledge, whether it's astronomy or mathematics or music, you name it, everything came from the seven sages. They are the sources of all the information that we have. Nothing else came from anybody else. And this was the same idea that the Babylonians have, because Berosus was a scholar who lived during the time of Alexander. He says that according to the Babylonians, all the knowledge they had was from this Akkalu, and nothing else has been invented since the time the Akkalu passed on this wisdom. Nothing new was invented. They were just carrying on with the same knowledge and the same traditions. So that is the kind of effect that they had on the ancient civilizations. And they were highly respected, far more respected than the fairy folk, who were also respected, but the sages were like almost godlike.
Mm-hmm. So when you mentioned Berosus, I had this paragraph written down. Apparently, as per Berosus, hybrid beings of supernatural wisdom and abilities live right under our feet in the subterranean freshwater aquifers. Is that even possible? Could there be a veritable alien world hidden inside the Earth's crust? The truth is that even if there were 1 million Taj Mahals built in the underground aquifers, we wouldn't have the faintest idea about it, since our knowledge about the ecology of the aquifers is practically nil. These vast reserves of fresh water extend up to 30,000 feet below the surface. Nearly 30% of the total fresh water on our planet is contained in the aquifers, the rest being locked up in glaciers. The aquifers are divided into many vertical levels by layers of porous rock, remnants of the watery underworld of 9 levels mentioned in the Maya belief system. So I do love this. I don't hear people bringing up the aquifers very often, but if we're talking about cycles and we're talking about cataclysms, the thing people do often reference is the fact that there seems to be cities buried under huge amounts of dirt, and then we build new cities on top of those cities, and then we dig down. It's like, hey, there's other stuff down here. And you have some images in the book of the aquifers kind of stacked in a similar way. Like you'll have a layer of water, a layer of rock, a layer of water, a layer of rock. Now, when I've talked to previous guests about beings inside the earth and where they might be, usually the moho layer comes up, which is a layer between the crust and the mantle that's supposed to be porous and kind of sponge-like with huge cavities, and that would be roughly an average of 22 miles down, which sounds pretty good. 22 miles down, we probably don't get there very often, and they probably come up quite rarely. But man, I just never hear people talk about the aquifers. But of course, if there are fish-like beings, then they have to be in some kind of water. And there's underground water, plenty of underground water for people who think that beings, especially superior beings, couldn't live beneath the surface.
Exactly. And if you look at some of the Mesopotamian tablets, sometimes they show these sages, this Apkallu, in the company of mermaids. The mermaids look pretty similar to the Apkallu. The difference being that the Apkallu, they have the head of a fish on top of their human head, whereas the mermaid is actually a human with a tail of a fish. So basically, they're shown together, and when they're depicted, they show some kind of a watery underground with an island with trees and stuff. So it's almost as if you go into the aquifer, you might find places where you have land and islands and maybe an artificial atmosphere. And who knows what's out there. We haven't really gone deep into the aquifers, which extend up to 30,000 feet. So you might have an entirely parallel dimension out there. And it could be that particular dimension that the Sumerians and the Indians and the Egyptians, they were talking about when they said that the god of the underworld, who is Osiris or Enki or Yama, is the one who's in control of the fertility and the cycle of the ocean cycles and the climate cycles. He's the one who controls all of that. He's the one who sends these highly intelligent beings to the surface to teach us the laws of civilization. When we didn't know about the aquifers, when we didn't know that they were divided into different levels, maybe it was fine to say that it's all legends and myths. But now we know that there's actually a world down there. And what scientists have found in recent times is that when you go to the other planets of the solar system, like the Mars, or let's go to Europa, which is one of the moons of Jupiter, they found that there are large underground water systems in all of those places. Mars has a huge underground reservoir of water. And according to one of the scientists who studied this, he said that in Europa, you could have 1 million fish-like beings live in one of those underground oceans. So it seems to me almost as if that living underground or living in the aquifers could be one of the most common ways of living in the wider universe. Maybe living on the surface like we do today is more of an exception. Maybe living inside the earth is more like the thing to do. So you never know, because we have not found life on the surface. At least we haven't spotted any life on the surface of the other planets in the solar system. But there's a big possibility of life living in the underground aquifers or maybe even underground cave systems.
Mm-hmm. I love it, and I'm glad you mentioned mermaids, because you have an article on your website about mermaids being real with several reports from the last few years, which are really surprising to me. But in 2009, news reports claimed that a mermaid had been sighted off the coast of Israel in the town of Kiryat Yam. The report in Live Science stated that locals and tourists in the Israeli town have been flocking to the coast in hopes of glimpsing a creature that most people believe only exists in fairy tales. An alleged mermaid, said to resemble a cross between a fish and a young girl, only appears at sunset. It performs a few tricks for onlookers before disappearing for the night. One of the first people to see the mermaid, Shlomo Cohen, said, "I was with friends when suddenly we saw a woman laying on the sand in a weird way. At first, I thought she was just another sunbather. But when we approached, she jumped into the water and disappeared. We were all in shock because we saw she had a tail." The sightings apparently began several months ago. The town's tourism board is, of course, delighted with their newfound fame and local mystery. Taking a cue from the town of Inverness, Scotland, the shores of Loch Ness, the Kiryat Yam government has offered $1 million reward for the first person to photograph the creature. I mean, 2009, and apparently is happening with some regularity. I'm just really shocked by that. But it seems like if these beings are down there, you'd have to get glimpses of them every once in a while. But they're really only supposed to come up and interact with us during these periods of reestablishing society after a cataclysm. But hey, I mean, we all get bored and want to see what's going on once in a while.
Sure. I mean, they generally don't seem to want to interact right now. But if you go back, let's say even a couple of 1,000 years ago, there's this plague in India where we can see a mermaid in the lake, and there's a throng of people crowding around on the shore. There's a king also out there. They're all looking at her. So So it seems as if they could see the mermaids and maybe even interact with them, maybe even a couple of thousand years ago. Even in the Assyrian sculptures and carvings, they basically are showing the ships plying on the sea, carrying all the goods. And just below the ship, you can see this merman. He's swimming below the ship, and they had no problem depicting that. So it's almost as if it was more common in the earlier times to see and interact with these particular beings. But just like the fairy folk stopped their interactions with us maybe 1,000, 2,000 years ago, these beings also stopped their interactions.
Yeah, and you also say that on top of this Israeli situation, that Zimbabwe is the mermaid capital of the modern world, that there are a lot of rivers, specifically in areas near dams, that they say are teeming with mermaids who love to play tricks on humans. And it actually gets really interesting because the government gets involved. In 2012, the Zimbabwe Water Resources Minister, Sam Sipepa Nokmo, told the Senate committee that mermaids were hounding government workers off a couple of dam sites in various regions. And in 2017, mermaids were held responsible for the death of 2 schoolboys due to a drowning in Zimbabwe. The story goes that there were some kids at the Ganye Secondary School herding cattle, and they saw a mermaid at the dam. And I guess there were 3 boys, and 2 of them thought it was a big fish or something. So they tried to catch it, and it dragged them under. And the 3rd boy, who didn't go in the water, was the one to tell the tale. He went back and told everybody, hey, we got to go back over here because these 2 kids got taken underwater. And when they arrived, when the parents and other adults came to the shore, they saw the boys laying on a rock alive. And the parents were really worried. They thought maybe they weren't alive, so they started crying. And then the story goes, a whirlwind suddenly engulfed the place before the mermaid swiftly appeared from the water and grabbed the boys for a second time. But this time, their lifeless bodies resurfaced later. So they dragged them under again. They waited for the crowd. And then they took the boys and they said, no, we're going to kill you. And they threw them back up on the shore. Really wild story. I mean, Zimbabwe also has a lot of UFO stories, from my understanding. I think there was another orphanage out there that had a landing and it got really crazy. But the world's a big place. And a lot of people, especially Westerners, kind of live within a bubble. And we don't even hear about these things going on out there, or the fact that a lot of other cultures do still hold a place in their minds for these other beings.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when it comes to mermaids, Zimbabwe is a crazy place. I can't think of any other place where you have such stories about mermaids anymore, which is kind of strange. You would think that if they're seeing mermaids so often, why don't we see it in some other places, which I don't have an explanation for.
Yeah, so many mysteries. But I like when you were talking about the fact that they left us. It does seem to make sense with the model that only when we're in our highest state can we even comprehend this higher intelligence. And if they know about these cycles and they have kind of a difference in time, maybe 1,000 years here is a day there, then they don't have to wait that long. They're just like, well, give them a week. On our side of time, give them a week, and then they can actually start to understand this. Otherwise, they're just going to be with their jaws on the floor, and they're not going to be able to even comprehend what's going on. I think that's kind of a really interesting model. And of course, we get little tiny interactions throughout the whole spectrum, but like, it just makes sense that they came down at the last golden age when we were ready to do something with the knowledge they had.
Yeah. It's also a decline in our morals and ethics, because they now feel that if somebody sees a mermaid or something, let's say a Bigfoot or something, the first instinct would be to fire at it. Although a lot of Bigfoot stories tell us that the moment you spot one, you're basically paralyzed, so you can't do anything about it. Even in alien stories or these alien sightings, they talk about some kind of a paralysis happening to the viewer. So they seem to be creating some kind of a field around them where you can't really move your body or your legs. So yeah, I mean, because of the fact that we have become more aggressive and more suspecting of anything that is slightly different from us, maybe that's why they are more reluctant to show themselves.
Absolutely. And when you hear about UFO encounters today, it is often taking people and giving them an information download and then putting them back. So maybe they try, and it's just like in this period at the cosmic rock bottom, we can't do a lot with the information. Or maybe the individual is ready to teach and ready to talk about everything they learned, what they can remember. Again, maybe a part of the composition of the mind at this stage of the game. But we just laugh at those people. We're not ready to incorporate any of that information or dig deeper into it. So it does make sense that there are periods, even in the dark times, where they're like, let's take another stab at it. Let's grab a couple hundred people around the globe and give them the full story, give them the full download and see what happens. And obviously nothing happens because of our point in time. I think it makes logical sense. But you mentioned Bigfoot. Is there an India Bigfoot?
Well, we call him the Yeti, the Himalayan Yeti. Yeah. And there have been so many sightings of the Yeti over the years. I just recently read a good article written by a mountaineer who's climbed the Everest quite a few times. He has this good article about a number of Yeti sightings over the past 100 years. And recently, the Indian Army was on a skiing mission in a particular mountain in the Himalayas at around 20,000 feet high. And they spotted these big footprints, which were like 36 inches. That's like 3 foot footprints of some animal. And they posted it on their Twitter account saying that we spotted a Yeti, because that's what their porter told him, who's a local of that area. And then they got laughed at by the media in general, saying that the Indian Army believes in Yetis, whereas we should have taken it in a more constructive spirit, because what else can create a footprint of 3 feet at an altitude of 20,000 feet above the sea level? So even if you have some inkling of a sighting, nobody is actually going to believe you anymore. That's the whole problem.
Right. Well, let me ask you about the Himalayas and just some of the lore about Tibet. Obviously, it's more your neck of the woods than mine. But when it comes to the underground and the underground kingdoms and all this stuff, a lot of people will look to Tibet as the liaisons to the inner world, that's where one of the big openings is, and they guard it from the surface people. What do you think about all that?
Well, this came out around 100 years back. There's this legend. We have this very sacred mountain in the Himalayas called Mount Kailash. And that particular mountain is sacred to not only the Hindus and the Buddhists, but also to some of the other local cultures out there, like the Bons and others. And as per our tradition, this is the mountain of the gods or the spirit beings. And all of these spirit beings that we talk about, like the dwarves or the sages or the elves, they all live, they have a city on this mountain. Now, if you go to Mount Kailash, you're obviously not going to find a city on that mountain anymore, because that mountain is covered with snow throughout the year. And it's practically unclimbable. It is so steep that in the early years of the 20th century, the mountaineers were not able to climb it. And then at around 1950, when this area came under the control of China, they said that you can't climb this anymore because it hurts the religious sentiments of the people. So there's this story about the city of the dwarf king or the city of the elves on top of this mountain, and you don't see that city anymore. So my thesis is that it's probably located inside the mountain and not on the mountain, because you hear a lot of stories around the world about cities being located inside the mountains or under mountains. Because a similar story is associated with Mount Shasta in California, where they talk about this person went inside a cave and he came across this room with a lot of artifacts. And there are consistent reports of some kind of UFO activity going on around that mountain, and UFOs entering the mountain and coming out again. So you have these stories going on both in the Himalayas as well as in Mount Shasta about kingdoms or cities built inside mountains. And in the early 20th century, there was this story about a kingdom underground below the mountains of the Himalayas, which was called Agartha. Agartha was supposed to be populated by a race of very spiritually elevated, very powerful race of people, and they are the ones who sometimes come out from the underground kingdom. They can shapeshift, so they can take on a form that they want, and they can instruct the kings and the lamas about the correct modes of governance and pass on some wisdom to them from time to time. So yeah, there's this very strongly entrenched belief of supernormal beings located somewhere in the Himalayas, whether it's inside the mountains or underground, and who emerge from time to time to some wisdom and knowledge.
Yeah, I love that kind of stuff. I'm right there with you that I think usually it's inside the mountain. There's just many examples of people saying that they saw the UFOs come from inside of a mountain. Or even if you talk to RFK Jr., he says when he was a kid, he was taken inside a bunker that was inside a huge mountain, and it like had its own mall in there and stuff. So it seems like the elite know that there are times when they need to go underground or into these mountain areas, and they have these bunkers planned for such a time. It makes me curious how much they know about this kind of paradigm, because you would think that the ruling powers on the planet, the capstone cabal of our world, they would want to keep us in the lower yuga. They can't really control the passage of time, but this is their golden age, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, they are probably thinking that once this particular age is over, they'll still be the ones in control, which is why they might actually deliberately take us to the Armageddon, thinking that let the Kali Yuga get over, let the golden age come, but we want to be the ones in control, which is also why they're building all of these bunkers. So they probably know that something is going on, either something that they're planning themselves or something that they have gathered from the ancient texts, or because their scientists are telling them some information which we don't have in the public domain now about big imminent changes coming along. So for whatever reasons, there's a lot of bunker building activity going on right now, and you can get yourself one for $300,000, I think.
Woo. The low price.
The low price
of $300,000.
Yeah, it's going to go up as soon as the war starts.
Well, $300,000 isn't going to get you much as time goes on. They'll get you less and less. So when you pegged this March 2025 date, obviously that's very interesting, but there are other sources that have picked that same window of time, right? Talk to us about that.
Yeah. When I was writing about this yoga model, I would say my first desire or my first objective was to support it with as much scientific evidence as I can. So I first said that, it makes sense from the point of view of the devolution of culture that we saw during the Bronze Age. It makes sense from the periodic cataclysms that happens every 3,000 odd years. It makes sense from the point of view of the decline of our physical structures and our cranial capacities. So overall, the cycle makes sense. But I still wanted to find some sources which talks about this particular date that I arrived at from the calculation. And one of the earliest data points that I found came from a lady called Alice Bailey. She was a theosophist, and she lived in the mid-20th century. And in the mid-20th century, she said that after 2025, the revelation of the divine hierarchy is going to begin. And by divine hierarchy, she meant the gods and the angels. They're going to reveal themselves after 2025. She didn't specify exactly when after 2025, but the process would begin after 2025. So that made me really curious as to how she came at that particular date. Alice Bailey said that her information, she made another statement. After the end of the Second World War, she said that by 2025, the forces of light do not unite against the forces of darkness, then the fiery ordeal is going to be inevitable. So once again, she came up with that particular date. Now, Alice Bailey said that her source of information was this Tibetan monk whom she referred to as DK. His full name was Jwal Khul. And she said that she got all the information from this Tibetan monk. And I was curious as to how this Tibetan monk came up with this 2025 date. And so I looked into the Kala Chakra Tantra, which is the Tibetan text, which talks about this cycle. And as per the Kala Chakra Tantra, the current cycle that we're living in right now started in 976 BCE, which is the exact same date that I have in my model. The current age begins in 976 BC. So from 976 BC, if you count 3,000 years, then you end up with 2025. Now, in the Kala Chakra Tantra, what they said is the current age, there are 32 kings, each ruling for a time period of 100 years. So that's 3,200 years. So instead of 3,000 years, they were using 3,200 years, which would take them to 2225 and not 2025. And I was curious why they had 3,200 years and not 3,000 years, because 3,000 years is the duration of a yuga. There's no reason why they should be having 3,200 years. And then I figured out that when the Kala Chakra Tantra was being translated from the Sanskrit text, because all of this information actually went to Tibet from India. When Buddhism traveled from India to Tibet at around the 7th century, all of this information went there and it was retranslated into Tibetan. So the Kala Chakra Tantra is effectively an Indian text. And I found out that in the Kala Chakra Tantra, originally there were actually 30 kings ruling for 100 years, adding up to a 3,000-year yuga. But in the Kala Chakra Tantra, one particular name became divided into two names. So let's say you have a king called Rama Vikrama, and in the Kala Chakra Tantra, that became two kings, Rama and Vikrama. What happened is that instead of 30 kings, they ended up with 32 kings. Let me just cut it short and say that even the Kala Chakra Tantra, the end of the current age is in 2025, which is the same day that I have from the Yuga cycle model. And it makes sense because ultimately the source of the information in the Kala Chakra Tantra was also from India, which means in India there was a tradition that the current cycle of 3,000 years ends in 2025, but during the time of the Islamic invasions, all of that knowledge was lost and destroyed. But fortunately, it was preserved in Tibet. So somehow information has a way of preserving itself in spite of all the downturns of history. And from Tibet, we can now get that particular date of 2025 for the end of this age. As per their prophecy in the Kala Chakra Tantra, at the end of this age, the god, the ruler of Shambhala is like their heavenly kingdom. So the ruler of Shambhala, who they call Rudra Chakrin, is going to come down on his white horse, the same white horse that you have for Christ. And in Hindu, we have the white horse for Kalki, who is the avatar who is supposed to come at the end of this age. So Rudra Chakrin is going to get up on his white horse. He's going to be followed by his celestial army, and he's going to come down and he's going to battle with the king of the barbarians, who by that time would have probably established his rule over the entire world. And he's going to fight with the king of the barbarians and he's going to defeat him, and then he's going to establish a perfect age of 1,000 years, which is going to be devoid of all kind of misery and suffering. And that 1,000 years is also the same 1,000 years that you find in the Revelation, where after Christ comes back a second time, he's going to establish the kingdom of God with the holy people for 1,000 years. And in my model, that 1,000 years corresponds to that 1,000-year period of transition, that 1,200 period of transition that I spoke about earlier, which the Greeks called ekpyrosis, which means purification by fire. So that completely adds up. Why do we have this reference to 1,000 years in both the Kala Chakra Tantra and the Revelations? Because we have this period of transition when the superior beings are going to live on the planet with us, and they're going to reestablish the framework of civilization, pass on the codes of conduct. And then at the beginning of the next ascending cycle, they'll again go off, leaving us to our own destiny, unless it's obviously required for them to intervene from that time to time.
Mm-hmm. That's a great summary. And the Kali Chakra Tantra is a really fascinating document. I have heard you talk about this before. It's in the book. And this idea that the king of the inner world will come to the surface and fight with the king of the barbarians, or I guess the barbarians is interesting. And I mean, I'm hoping I get to reincarnate in that lifetime. But you mentioned the white horse symbolism and the saber and all these different motifs of a savior with a celestial army, ding, 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 because you say this relates to the torrid meteor shower. So I guess I'm having a hard time. Like, are we supposed to think that there's a literal being and kingdom inside the earth that is going to do war with the surface? Or are we supposed to think this is a mythology based on what they would see in the heavens and stars?
So Shambhala is actually not underground. Shambhala, I believe, is a celestial kingdom. And a lot of the Tibetans also talk about Shambhala as a celestial kingdom, as a heavenly kingdom. And what I figured out is every time we have these periods of transition, the cataclysmic activity that takes place between the yugas, there's a lot of impact events which happen, a lot of comet and meteor impacts. That's the main driver for these transitions. And according to astronomers, there's this a dense swarm of comets and meteors within the torrid meteor stream. Now, we pass through the torrid meteor stream twice a year, once between May and June, and another between September to December. But we don't encounter this particular swarm because this swarm is concentrated in a specific location. So our paths have to really overlap for us to hit that swarm. But according to a bunch of astronomers, Steele and Asher and Klug and others, we seem to encounter this swarm every 2,500 to 3,000 years when there's a period of intense meteoric bombardments. And this period of time that they're talking about, 2,500 to 3,000 years, it matches with the Yuga model, because in a Yuga model, every Yuga is of 2,700 years duration. So it overlaps with the periods of transition. And I believe what probably happens is that some of these comets within the swarm become activated, reactivated, because comets actually go between a dormant and an active state quite frequently. So they become activated, and all of a sudden you see a bunch of new stars in the sky, which you haven't seen before. And these comets were described as the horses and birds and many other kind of animals, because if you refer to some of these ancient comet documents, we hear comets being described as a dragon. There's a comet which Pliny describes as a horse comet, which brings about the fall of tyrants. Then there's this Chinese comet Atlas, which describes a bird comet, which resembles a long-tailed pheasant bird. And that kind of reminds you of the phoenix, because the phoenix was also described as a pheasant bird sometimes. So all of these mythologies which talk about a horse or a god riding on a bird, like Horus, or like Vishnu riding on Garuda bird, or like the phoenix returning periodically to destroy civilization and to seed it with new life. I believe all of that refers to a set of comets which return periodically to the Earth. And comets are not only destructive agents, because as per the cometary panspermia hypothesis, comets also seed the Earth with new life. They bring DNA and RNA from other planetary or other solar systems, and they seed the planet with life. And comets are also supposed to have brought water to the early Earth. In the initial phases of our planet, we apparently didn't have any water. And comets brought that water, because comets have a frozen nucleus. And first of all, if a comet strikes us, there's going to be water. And secondly, if a comet even passes through our atmosphere, because of the fact that it gives off a lot of water vapor and dust, the water vapor can actually form water droplets around that dust. The dust can act as a nucleating agent, and comets can actually create rainfall simply by passing through our atmosphere. There's a lot about comets that is not really known to people at large, and we think of them as something that just passes by. But the ancients were actually scared to death about comets. Everything was blamed on them. Famines and pestilences and death of kings and revolution of kingdoms. They spoke of comets as the messengers of God. So whenever God gets angry, he basically throws a comet at you to make you repent for your sins. They were described as swords, and they were the swords of God, is in which he cleans away evil. So when you look at all of these descriptions, they're described as animals, they're described as horses and birds, they're described as swords. It kind of matches up to the end time figure of a particular being riding on a horse, carrying a sword. All of that refers to a comet. So my thesis is that we are going to pass through the center of this torrid swarm in the years 2032 and 2036. Those are the two dates that have already been identified. And my thesis is that during those 2 days, some of these comets might become active and they might bombard us. And these comets are also guided by these humanoid beings. So the humanoid beings they don't do it themselves. They basically use the comets as the means of carrying out their will of cleansing the planet of evil and of seeding it with life and doing all of that work. It does it by the intermediary of these cometary beings, cometary entities. So when you see these ancient pictures of Marduk, the god of the Babylonians, he rides a dragon. What's that dragon? For me, that's a comet. Marduk controls that particular comet and he uses it to shower thunder and lightning and, you hear all of this stuff. That's basically cometary debris hitting the earth. So when you see Vishnu riding on the Garuda bird, I think of a comet being regulated by a divine entity called Vishnu. So that's my thesis, that when we pass through the torrid swarm of comets in the years 2032 and 2036, some of these comets might get reactivated and they might bring about a big transformation on our planet.
Yikes. Well, 2032 and 2036 are not dates that are too far away, so clearly we will see some of the big show. But I still wonder, and maybe this is just my simple Western mind, having grown up in a bubble of propaganda my whole life, but I sometimes think, are we just being silly about anthropomorphizing cosmic situations? Like, as you say, like, we have this legend of Vishnu or Jesus coming back on a white horse with a sword, and if it was this comet initially, or this, we're looking up at a comet and we're saying that's what it looks like, just as we do with the constellations, and we create this story around all these dots in the sky. It's like what you said there is you see these comets being guided by these divine beings, and it almost seems like that's a way to have it both ways, to say, well, there are these intelligences, but they're behind the physical thing that we see. I live in an area now where there's way more thunderstorms than where I lived previously. And I'll sit out at night and look at the lightning and hear the thunder. And it's like, yeah, try to imagine that 2,000 years ago. You'd think, who's doing that? And then you'd probably create a being to say, well, Zeus or Thor is throwing those bolts of lightning. And now we know that it's just lightning. We have a more conventional explanation for it. So sometimes I'm thinking, is this mythology all just silliness based on what we saw in the sky? Like, how can we actually verify, or what would you say to make the case that they are divinely guided and not just rocks out there circling around that we pass every once in a while, that there's an actual logic to it, an actual intelligence behind it?
Well, first of all, that's what every legend tells us, that there's a set of human beings which they call their gods. They're the ones who were in charge of regulating these cycles, especially the destruction that takes place at the end of an age was brought about by these gods. And I mean, you might say that maybe their gods were the comets, but they also say that the gods used to appear on Earth in human form. Sometimes they even mated with humans and created demigods. And they passed on the laws and skills of civilization to people. And they established kingdoms like Atlantis, and where people used to be godly. And later on, as time went on, the divine portion within them began to kind of get eroded away. And that's when the Golden Age ended. So the first part, I would say that all over the world, we have these stories of the humanoid entities coming to the Earth and interacting with humans. And then we have these images of these humanoid entities riding on these comet-like things. I mean, the dragons and the birds, I mean, the only way you can explain it logically is by saying that they're actually comets. So if you look at the legends, they tell us that these were divinely guided. And since they've already given us so much accurate information about the cycles themselves, which is now being validated by science, I mean, we need to think that maybe even this is correct, although we don't really see this divine beings anymore. We need to give them the benefit of the doubt because we don't really know what's out there in this vast universe or even in our solar system. And if they're telling us that these beings are actually out there and controlling these cometary entities, then we need to give them the benefit of doubt, given that how accurate they are with respect to the cycles.
Yeah, that's fair to say. I mean, I know that ancient people say this. I know that they created the stories to explain cosmic events or weather, but I'm just wondering if in our modern world we should rethink that or think that that might have been a simplistic explanation.
Yeah, you brought up this topic of rainfall, but we don't really know what causes rain, do we? I mean, you have this sky, and all of a sudden you have this thunder shower happening. You have this bunch of moisture going up from some ocean. It forms this huge cumulonimbus cloud, and the conditions within that cumulonimbus cloud is so severe that even aeroplanes avoid it, and we really don't know what's going on inside this cloud to create the lightning and what is it that cools down the water vapor so that we get that cool rain. We really don't have a very good understanding of what happens within that cloud once it's formed, and we don't even know what causes it to form because it's not something that is happening gradually. It's something that happens within a span of a couple of hours. You might see a massive cloud forming and the rain coming down.
That's a good point. Like, it doesn't happen the same way every time.
Right, and it happens so quickly. I mean, it's not as if the water vapor has been evaporating over a few months and then they coagulate to form. No, when it happens in the span of 2 hours. In the span of 2 hours, you might have this huge cloud and you might start getting this thunder shower, and then it goes away. And nobody has an explanation for that. Scientists have been trying to create clouds artificially. You know that, obviously. They've been spraying so many kind of chemicals, beryllium and silver or whatever, trying to seed clouds. They haven't succeeded. We don't know how to make rainfall. If we did, we could have solved the problem of droughts. We don't know how to create rainfall. We don't know how to stop a flood. Once it starts raining, we don't know how to stop it. And we just know what's going on. That doesn't mean we know how it's happening. Right? We're still far away from understanding even something as basic as rainfall.
That is true. That's a great point. And I was going to say, on the flip side of the modern Western scientific view of the world as this just big machine of randomness, the flip side is to think about things from the point of consciousness being primary. And if consciousness is primary and all the physical things we see is kind of just a projection that spiraled out of that, then every single thing in the physical world would have to have some kind of intelligence, consciousness behind it. So, I guess it just depends on your worldview, but us Americans, we are just so conditioned in this one direction that it's really hard to get away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just American anymore. I think this worldview is now pretty much worldview, as in everybody in the world believes in a very similar way because it's there in our textbooks. We pretend that we know what causes rainfall. Actually, we don't. We just have used some terms. We're saying rainfall, we're saying thunder. We don't know why it happens and why it happens so suddenly. And it's almost as if somebody has willed it. Somebody has thought, okay, let there be a thunder shower there. And all of a sudden you have a thunder shower. But you don't see that consciousness behind the scenes, then you assume it's all random. Because right now rainfall is supposed to be random. But why do we have the monsoons every year in India? From June to September, we have the monsoons every year. If it's random, why should it happen like that? It's almost as if it's been structured that way by some intelligence.
It's true. And I know examples of people who have used spells and magic to try to appeal to water gods or fire gods. When we have these big fires that are like barreling down on your property, you might dig out an old grimoire and say a prayer to the water god, and then suddenly the rain comes and it stops that fire from reaching your property.
You had rain dances even maybe 50 years back. There were people in, I think, Africa who were doing rain dance. They might be doing it even now. I don't know whether it works anymore because even if there's a consciousness behind it, you might not always be able to influence it to accede to your request. The Hopi, for instance, they still do their snake dance every August. I think July or August. They take a snake in their mouth and they do some kind of dances. And they say that it ensures that even though they live in a very arid land, the snake dance ensures that they get the requisite amount of rainfall every year for their crops to grow. So that belief is still there in some indigenous societies about being able to use their rituals and their dances to cause rainfall. And it was very widespread in the ancient times. The Maya used to actually go into these cenotes, which are these underground water tanks kind of thing. They used to go there and they used to make offerings to the dragon god who supposedly lives underground to give them the rainfall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard people who are in the occult magical realm refer to magic primarily as a probability enhancer. So you have a certain aim and you do the rituals and you say the prayers to try to increase the chances of this thing being possible. And sometimes it's better to aim at things that are more likely to happen than say, like, I'm going to buy a yacht tomorrow. Well, that's a pretty low probability. And even if we moved it a few percent, it's still pretty damn low. But if you wanted a new job or wanted to find love, it's more likely to happen and you could maybe push yourself in that direction. And then that paradigm is interesting in the context of a cycle where maybe the magic is way more potent at other parts of the cycle. And we are in this place where you can really only move the needle just very small degrees, but it's enough to be recognized and enough to be seen by people like Dean Radin, who studies magical effects in a scientific way. And he says, no, there's an effect. It's only a few percent, but it is there. So we can acknowledge it as something real, but that percentage might go way up depending on where we are in the cycle. I think that's a really interesting way to look at it.
Yeah.
Indeed. And so as we are coming up on March 2025, I mean, what would you say about this lowest point in the cycle? What do you expect to see between now and then? It's a little less than a year. It seems like all the powder kegs are primed to be set off. It does seem like we're in a very tense place. By the time this airs, there's probably going to be 3 more news stories that are pretty explosive from the time we recorded. But it seems like the stage is set. But talk to us about the next year as we're coming up on this time and what it looks like to you.
Okay, first of all, 2025 is the end date of the Kali Yuga. It doesn't mean that the world is ending in 2025. Like I said, the period of transition, it's a long one, but most of the destructive events or the cataclysmic events will probably happen between now and 2040. That's the time that I have in my book. And I've already mentioned about those 2 passages through the torrid swarm in 2032 and 2036, which could be the turning points, in my opinion. But one of the things that happens during a Yuga ending period is that the energy balance of the planet changes. And so people get more excited, more irritated and frustrated and angry. And so all of this violence tends to break out every time you end the Yuga. So when I look back into the Indian epics of the past, I see that every time we went through one of these transitions, there was a big war. It's kind of inevitable. You can't just avoid it, right? And right now we seem to be moving in that direction of large global war breaking up anytime now. And what seems to happen is that as the Kali Yuga ends, some of this dense energy, it's not so dense anymore, this energetic change. So the people, all the evil people, the cabal which rules the world, they might find it more difficult for them to get what they want. Their plans may not be so successful anymore. A lot of skeletons will tumble out of the cupboard. A lot of disclosures will keep on coming thick and fast. And that's going to make them more and more desperate to cling on to their power. And when you become more desperate, you do more ridiculous things, right? You go and start wars everywhere you can. So that's kind of the period that we're heading into now, where the cabal is now more and more desperate to cling on to its power. Its vision or its desires are not coming to fruition so easily anymore. More wars, more revolutions. And when I say revolutions, I mean true revolution as well as the false flag revolutions that keep on going on all the time. Right now, there's a revolution in Bangladesh, and the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has flown off to India. So these are the kind of things that we'll see more and more of as we go forward in the next few years. More wars and more conflicts on a global scale.
Yes, and I was curious. It's so rare to talk to someone who grew up in India, at least on this show. It just doesn't seem to happen all that much. But of course, we here, the United States is a huge empire that causes a lot of this stuff to happen. And then, of course, we have the Russia-Ukraine thing, and we have the stuff in the Middle East. And there's this tension with China, and they might make their play for Taiwan, and then we'll have to respond. And then, we're in World War III. What do you see as India's role in World War III, or where do you see them coming down and the Indian government siding or playing their role in such a huge global conflict?
Well, right now they haven't taken any stand, but if you look at it globally, you have the NATO on one side, and right now the BRICS is emerging as some kind of an alternative. Although the BRICS is being positioned as more of a commercial or trade-related grouping of people, it might turn into a military grouping sometime down the line. The way I'm looking at it is that in the long term, it could turn out to be a conflict between the NATO and the BRICS countries along multiple lines. So that could be the broad outline of what could happen.
Fair enough. So it seems like between March 2025 and maybe 2040, I've heard 2042 a little bit because I have some guests who look at codes in movies and film and always trying to pick out what seems to be seeded. And this year, 2042 seems to get seeded in a lot of Hollywood films. Who knows if that means anything?
There's a reason for that. There's a reason why I use 2040 in my book. That's because there's a very close conjunction of the 5 planets and the crescent sun. On September 8th, 2040, we're going to have all the 5 planets and the crescent moon within a 10-degree area of the sky. 10 degrees, that's not much, of the sky in the constellation of Libra. Now, if you look at the ancient doctrines, they said that the switchover from the descending cycle to the ascending cycle happens when there is a close conjunction of planets in Libra. So this is the specific conjunction that we're talking about. I'm sure of that because conjunction of planets within 10 degrees of the sky is something that happens only once in 1,000 years. That's as per NASA. And if you consider the fact that this is happening in Libra, a specific constellation out of those 12 zodiac constellations, then the probability of this happening is 1 in 12,000. So that's like once in a Yuga cycle, which is why I use this 2040 date, because that for me represents the entire end of the descending cycle. And everything that has to happen, all the cleansing or the purification or whatever, should happen between now and 2040. Because beyond that, we are going into that 1,000-year period of piracies or 1,000-year period of peace or whatever you call it.
Well, I mean, that's nice. I hope we can both make it to 2040, but then don't we have to have a 300-year, isn't there a cataclysm and then 300 years of like the dust settling before the next cycle actually goes on the upswing?
That's between the yugas on the descending and ascending cycle. But now I'm talking about the entire cycle of 12,000 years. Like I told you that when the entire descending cycle of 12,000 years ends, then you have a longer period of separation of around 1,200 years. And when the entire ascending cycle is going to end, the entire ascending cycle of 12,000 years is going to end, then you had that 1,200 period of younger dryas. That was kind of like the separator between the ascending and the descending cycles. And now we're going to go into the separator of 1,200 years between the descending cycle and the ascending cycle. And this 1,200 years is the 1,000 years of peace that is promised in the ancient texts, like Rudra Chakrin is going to establish 1,000 years of peace, and Christ is going to establish 1,000 years of kingdom of God. And I believe both of these prophecies, they refer to the coming 1,000-year period.
I like it. So I guess, is there any advice on preparing? It seems like we can't really control much except maybe make ourselves selectable to the underground beings.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing you can do. I mean, if you have to go, if you have to go into a golden age, you can't go there with a Kali Yuga state of consciousness. The consciousness has to be ready for the golden age. Otherwise, you will be the party pooper. It's not going to be a golden age anymore for the other guys there, right? You don't want to spoil it for the others. So you have to raise your consciousness to the level where you become eligible to be saved by these angels or the gods or whoever, and you make it across to the other side beyond 2040. And as to how you raise your consciousness, I think everybody will have the same set of advice. You basically tune out of the negative energies of the Kali Yuga, which is greed and selfishness and hatred, and you try to tune into the energies of the golden age or the age which is on the way, which is of love and oneness and brotherhood and truth and justice and fairness and all of that. So you try to develop the better qualities of the human soul and let go of the negativities of the human ego. That's what it's all about.
I like it.
And when you do that, you make yourself eligible for the higher level. And here's the thing. I mean, it's better that you don't spend that $300,000 on that underground bunker, because if your consciousness is not ready for it, I don't think anybody is going to make it, no matter how rich he is or what a big shot he is. If you're not ready for the golden age, you're not going to make it, because there are superior powers in control of this cycle, and they'll see where you're hiding and they're going to smoke you out.
Yeah, so just work on your consciousness. It's so much easier anyway. And I've heard you talk about why would reality be structured this way. And as I said in the intro, a single day is structured like this. The seasons are structured like this. It's just another form of the cycle. And we need the good times to appreciate the bad, and vice versa. So before we go, I did want to ask you this, because, and I left it out of your bio in the beginning because I didn't want people to judge. I can have a very sensitive audience, but you have worked as an information technology consultant for global organizations, including the World Bank and the United Nations. Now, so many people in my audience think those are the bad guys. You should never do anything to help the World Bank or the United Nations. But also, when people are in proximity to groups like that, I sometimes just have to wonder, like, what it's like. Do you have any insights from even small interactions with these people? What do you think? How do you square that with, like, what are the ant people going to think about you helping the World Bank and the United Nations? They're not going to like that. But just talk to us about that chapter of your bio, and maybe any insight you can share from those that are so far removed from organizations like that.
Well, I was working as a consultant. I was giving them technology solutions. And when you work for a client, you basically give them solutions and they pay you money in exchange for it. That's all it's about. And as far the organization is concerned, I was working with the middle management, and the really bad stuff goes on in the top management. So
it's true.
When I was working, I really didn't have any insights into all of these organizations. I didn't even know the kind of activities they were involved in until much later. During the time that I was involved with these organizations, I was just working in a regular job, doing my thing.
Fair enough. They didn't make you drink any blood before taking the job?
Yeah, I mean, maybe there was some kind of divine guidance, because I did not apply for a job with them. I was actually working as a external consultant. I never thought about applying for a job, because if I did, maybe I would be in an orgy drinking blood right now.
Well, I agree with you. These are huge organizations, and they have a lot of contracts out there, and it has nothing to do with what goes on at the top. But clearly, you're very good as an information technology consultant, or they wouldn't have found any value in your services. So you applied that mind to bigger and better things with the Yuga shift, and we're all better for it. So before I let you go, is there anything more to say to people about the book, getting it, or any other work you're working on, or the website, all that kind of stuff we like to leave people with if they want to follow up?
Yeah, the book is called Yuga Shift. You're going to get it on Amazon. And my website is www.bibhudevmisra You'll find a lot of articles on ancient mysteries and stuff like that out there. And as per the parting thoughts, I would think that we shouldn't be scared about what's coming, because this is the kind of a transition that happens very rarely. And you're going to see a lot of new energies coming into this planet, a lot of new cosmic events happening, which we haven't witnessed before. A lot of, and the way between the dimensions might come apart. You might actually see more of these interdimensional beings.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. So it's a time to be actually excited about, rather than be scared or frightened about. And personally, I don't even think about whether I'll make it across or not. I'm more interested in being part of this experience and using that to make myself into a better person, to learn more about our reality. And either way, even if we make it across, it's great. If we don't, we incarnate in a higher river, and that's great as well. Because none of us ever die. We just shed out this human body, we go off to our home in the stars, and we come back again later on. Whether we make it or not, it's a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned.
Heck yeah. Cheers to that. Well, I appreciate your time and research. Take care and good luck on our path to the cosmic rock bottom.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick, for having me.
Say it ain't so, people. Cosmic rock bottom, if it wasn't already obvious. Man, Bibu is really great. I love his emphasis on the crypto-terrestrial angle and this idea of beings taking us below to weather the storm when it all goes down. I like his emphasis on underground aquifers and water flow. His book is really great and goes deep into those aspects, super enjoyable. I personally don't get too hung up on the years or the segmentation of the cycle, because these arcs are so huge that even being off by 1% is the length of a human lifespan. But I said at the end of the analog show that this would be a good compliment, and I'm sure a lot of you would agree now. It's great that Bibu looked at other indigenous models and drew out the similarities. If you look at your show notes, you should see 2 images from the book that help you visualize the cycles and the adaptation by Bibu. I do think it makes a lot of sense when we have cycles of day and night, cycles of seasons, and why not scale that up to larger cosmic energy cycles that play on human consciousness as well? All kinds of weather and sunspots and solar flares affect our moods and mental state. Why should this be different? To me, it feels like concentric rings, and we have a good handle on the inner circles, but it gets pretty fuzzy with the outer ones, which, of course, they're so big, it should. But this model was kind of widespread, and it rings true to me in general. If you consider the empire to be an operation in crushing all this knowledge and inverting it, creating a line instead of a circle as far as the way we conceive time, I would get that. And then with the spiritual side, the idea of the rapture, where a supernatural being saves a select few, but to go up to heaven. It's like a real flip on the idea of alien gods taking us below, where we've been taught to fear to go. Don't go with them. They must be the demons. Just wait for the angels to take you up. Yeah, real convenient. Might be waiting a while, but fun stuff. The Plus show added a ton more to the stack. The management of the cycles by the elite, knowing their windows for successful rulership, how they might plan to game this cycle. We talked about the war between the king of the underground and the king of the barbarians, the savior with a saber on a white horse symbol and how that relates to the torrid meteor shower, Shambhala, the celestial kingdom, Western conditioning, magic and its potency along with the cycle. We also got into the powder keg that reality is right now and Bibu's thoughts on the next year as we come up on that March 2025 timeframe. We talked about how Bibu sees the lines being drawn for World War III. Just a lot of good, wholesome, fun stuff. And he does make a great guest. Obviously, sign up right in the show notes if you want to join Plus. Add the Plus feed to your preferred app, and you're all set. Listening to full 2-hour episodes as God intended, and all your dreams coming true. Are my kids going to eat saline crackers or grass-fed steak next month? I guess it's all in your hands. But before we do the wrapping up stuff, I wanted to read you something I had in my outline that we didn't get to, just a couple of parallel stories from different times and places that relate to the overall themes here. Forgive my pronunciations. I could just skip it, but I don't really mind sounding dumb. So reading from Yuga Shift. A Welsh story written by Walter Map about 1383 CE in his De Nugis Cerealium tells of a dwarf king who had attended the wedding of Herla, a king of the ancient Britons. The dwarfs appeared in a great host and brought with them provisions for the feast, which were laid out in vases made of precious stones and vessels made of gold and crystal. A year later, the dwarf king reappeared to lead Herla to his own kingdom. He, Herla, and his guide entered a very lofty cliff, and after a place of darkness, they passed into the light, seemingly not of the sun, but of many lamps, like the palace of the sun in Ovid's description. Having celebrated there the marriage of the dwarf king, and having discharged his debt to the dwarf, Herla returned back laden with gifts and with presents of horses, dogs, hawks, and other things. When Herla returned to his own world, however, he learned that what had seemed only to be 3 days' visit had actually been 200 years or more. And then Bibu goes on to say, this phenomenon of time dilation is very typical in Irish and Welsh legends and occurs whenever someone returns after a visit to the land of the fairy folk. A story similar in many respects is found in the Itinerarium Cambria, written about 1191 CE by Giraldus Cambrensis. He relates that in the neighborhood of Swansea, the priest Eliodorus confessed to Bishop David II a strange experience of his boyhood. While coming home from school and playing around and hiding under the bank of a river, 2 little men of pygmy stature appeared to him, saying, "If you would come with us, we will lead you to a country full of delights and sports." Assenting and rising up, he followed his guides through a path at first subterraneous and dark into a most beautiful country, adorned with rivers and meadows, woods and plains, but dim and not illuminated with the full light of the sun. Not dark, but dim. The boy was brought before the king and introduced to him in the presence of the court. These men were of the smallest stature, but very well proportioned in their make. They were of fair complexion, with luxuriant hair falling over their shoulders like that of women. They had horses adapted to their small stature, equal in size to greyhounds. They never took an oath. They detested nothing so much as lies. Heard that many times in these stories. As often as they returned from the upper hemisphere, they reprobated our ambitions and our inconsistencies. They had no form of public worship, being strict lovers and reverers, as it seemed, of truth. Love it. Just add it to the pile, but these stories do seem to be everywhere, checking many of the same boxes along the way. And speaking of everywhere, let's get to that rating from the nearly universally liked recent analog episode, and that rating is a 4.7. Okay, was there ever any doubt? It was actually a 4.8 yesterday when I checked, but 4.7 makes me plenty happy. And if I'm not making shows that you guys like, what am I doing, right? Luckily, a lot of us have similar tastes. So if I please myself, I please you. That's how I think about it. But if you want to meet other listeners with similar tastes, go to the meetup calendar at highersidemeetups.com and see what's happening. Next on the list, we have Saturday, September 7th, Canaan, New Hampshire, Poorhouse Barbecue. That's recurring. We got Red Root Farm in Milford, Connecticut on September 8th, September 11th, San Antonio, Texas. And then we jump all the way to November 9th at the Trails Cafe in Los Angeles, California. So a little light right now. It'd be great to see more events fill up, but it is just a resource for you. I hear meetups can be hit or miss in the less densely populated areas. Clearly, we have several recurring ones where people have formed a little traditional monthly hang, and that's awesome to see. If you hear me mention one in your area, definitely consider going. We are strong in number, but very spread out. So don't leave a local hanging if they put themselves out there. RSVP on the calendar so the host knows what to expect and just have a good time. But that's the show. Bivu is seriously something special. Super fun talking to him. Great book. Enjoyable interview. And I got a sick closing song for all those Atomic Fireball fans out there. Although maybe that's just me. But hey, caviar and chitlins all day. Take care of you and yours. I've done my part. Your move. Yuga Cycle Concealers, Underground Savior Beans, and Hands of the Cosmic Clock. Your fucking move.
The world's on fire, a cosmic mess. Kali Yuga's ending, if you couldn't guess. We're at the bottom, impressively low. But there's a secret only you know. Cosmic rock bottom, heard it on THC. Safe from the chaos, that's where we'll be. Alien gods are rising from deep below, taking us down, go with the flow. Cosmic rock bottom, heard it on THC. Safe from the chaos, that's where we'll be. Alien gods are rising from deep below, taking us down, go with the flow. Hell open the gates to a hidden realm inside, where peace and harmony go on for the ones who don't die. With ancient wisdom, they'll guide our way through the darkest hours of this fateful day. Cosmic rock bottom, hear it on THC, where peace and harmony go on for the ones who don't die. With ancient wisdom, they'll guide our way through the darkest hours of this fateful day. Cosmic rock bottom, hear it on THC. Safe from the chaos, that's where we will be. Alien gods are rising from deep below, taking us down, go with the flow.